Chapter 1101. Everyone looked at the chief pagoda master again, only to see that his expression was indifferent, as if he was not angry. But everyone knew, if this was true, then Fu Anshan would definitely die a miserable death. Bastard! The pavilion master of the trading pavilion was also fuming with rage, and his lungs were about to explode. Swoosh! Suddenly, he landed on the high platform and slapped Fu Anshan's face in front of everyone. Fu Anshan screamed in pain and flew out on the spot. His nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen. But he could no longer care about the pain and hurriedly got up. He knelt in front of the pavilion master and exclaimed, "Sir, I'm innocent. Kneel properly and shut up." The pavilion master shouted and turned to look at young Master Hao. He asked with a smile, "Is there really such a thing?" Young Master Hao nodded. The pavilion master clenched his fists, his old eyes flashing with killing intent. He lowered his head to look at Fu Anshan and said in disappointment, "I really didn't expect you to do so many stupid things." "No, absolutely not." Fu Anshan hurriedly shook his head and looked at young Master Hao. "Young Master Hao, since you said that I sent someone to assassinate you, then take out the evidence." Young Master Hao said indifferently, "I don't have evidence, but as the son of the chief pagoda master would I lie? If you don't have evidence, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you are the son of the chief pagoda master, you can't slander others." Fu Anshan's heart calmed down a lot. Young Master Hao said playfully, "Are you thinking that as long as I don't have evidence, you still have a chance to turn things around?" Fu Anshan's eyes flashed with mockery. He had seen the video of Fu Han's confession in young Master Hao's hands, but as long as he insisted that Fu Han was the one who carried him, then he would at most be accused of lax discipline and would not lose his life. "You're too naive." Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled, looking at Qin Feiyang. "Come out," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Come out? Who is he calling out?" Everyone was suspicious. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, Fatso grabbed the Heavenly Spiral Tribe Leader and the Divine Python Tribe Leader and streaked across the sky and landed on the high platform in the square like lightning. What happened? Didn't the Grand Elder of the Divine Python Tribe just say that their chief is dealing with an important matter? But why are you in Ancestor Mu's hands now, and in such a sorry state? His cultivation seems to have been crippled. Who is the other person? Right, he seems to be the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. Yes, it's him. But wasn't he exiled to the First Zone? Why is he still in the Central Divine Kingdom? The various leaders were bewildered. Leader, meanwhile. The red-haired old man suddenly stood up and looked at the chief of the Divine Python Tribe in disbelief. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect this to be the result. He abruptly turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. His hair stood on end as he roared, "Ancestor Mu, what exactly did you and your big brother do to the leader?" "Big brother?" Everyone's eyes trembled slightly. The chief tower master also reacted for the first time. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He stood up and said, "Disciple will tell you the truth later. Master, please don't be anxious." The chief tower master nodded and retracted his gaze. At the same time, Fu Anshan looked at the chief of the Divine Python Tribe who was covered in blood. His face was filled with disbelief. What exactly happened? A dignified 8-star combat emperor actually fell into the hands of Qin Feiyang. "Don't be nervous, you will definitely find a way to turn things around." Young Master Hao smiled mockingly at Fu Anshan. He looked at the chief of the Divine Python Tribe and said, "Tell everyone, did Fu Anshan order you to kill Qin Feiyang?" Fu Anshan hurriedly said, "Brother Pei, we have no enmity. Don't harm me." The red-haired old man also exclaimed, "Leader, quickly tell everyone that this matter has nothing to do with you. You are innocent." The chief of the Divine Python Tribe glanced at the red-haired old man and Fu Anshan with a gloomy expression. The chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe looked at everyone with flickering eyes. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. With a slight thought, he instantly erased the soul of the chief of the heavenly spiral tribe. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the chief of the heavenly spiral tribe died on the spot. What happened? Everyone was bewildered. Why did he suddenly die without any reason? The chief of the divine python tribe also turned his head abruptly and looked at the corpse lying on the ground in horror. I already said that I can peek into your inner thoughts. Why didn't you listen? A faint laughter sounded in the chief of the divine python tribe's mind. The chief of the divine python tribe quivered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He saw Qin Feiyang looking at him with a smile. Immediately, an uncontrollable fear emerged in his heart. Seeing that the chief of the divine python tribe was looking at Qin Feiyang, the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. They were extremely bewildered. Could it be that the death of the chief of the heavenly spiral tribe was related to this kid? But how exactly did he do it? They didn't see him make a move. He had been sitting there the whole time. Don't play any tricks. It's useless. Just be obedient. Maybe you can still live. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission to the chief of the divine python tribe without batting an eyelid. Since Fatso appeared with the two of them, he had been peeking into their inner thoughts. Just now, he saw that the two of them wanted to expose his true identity. Therefore, he erased the soul of the chief of the heavenly spiral tribe without hesitation. He did this to intimidate the chief of the divine python tribe. Obviously, he had achieved the effect he wanted. Fatso patted the chief of the divine python tribe hard and sighed inwardly. You're really naive. Boss never does anything that he's not confident of. Since he dares to let you appear in front of the chief tower master alive, he definitely has full confidence that he won't let you speak. The chief of the divine python tribe trembled both physically and mentally. What kind of person was this? Why was he so terrifying? Fatso sent a voice transmission. Don't waste time. Tell us the truth. The chief of the divine python tribe powerlessly lowered his arm. He looked at the crowd and said, Young Master Hao is right. It was Fu Anshan who ordered me to kill Li He and Shen Feiyan. The reason for killing them is just as young Master Hao said. There was another huge uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. It can't be. When the red-haired old man heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale. It was actually true. Why did it turn out like this? The chief in his memory would never do such a thing. Young Master Hao looked at him sympathetically and sighed. I told you, you might not know your chief well. The red-haired old man looked up at him and smiled sadly. Then, he looked at the chief of the divine python tribe and asked, Tell me, why did you collude with Fu Anshan? That's right. As the chief of a super tribe, how could he collude with someone like Fu Anshan? It's even more impossible for him to do things for Fu Anshan. Everyone was puzzled. The chief of the divine python tribe lowered his head and found it difficult to speak. Let me tell you. He helped Fu Anshan because Fu Anshan had something on him. Young Master Hao said. What do you mean? The red-haired old man asked. Young Master Hao was about to speak when a sigh suddenly sounded from the crowd. Young Master Hao, let me tell everyone about this personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in white landed on the high platform. It was Pei Yi. Okay. Young Master Hao looked at Pei Yi deeply and retreated to the side. Pei Yi looked at the chief of the divine python tribe and couldn't help but sigh. He turned to look at the red-haired old man and said, Grand Elder, the evidence is that second uncle killed my father. The chief of the divine python tribe trembled violently. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even the chief pagoda master was shocked. The red-haired old man was also dumbfounded. After recovering from the shock, he said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I've known about this for a long time. I just didn't say it. Pei Yi shook his head. The chief of the divine python tribe immediately looked up at Pei Yi. He initially thought that Qin Feiyang was the one who told Pei Yi about it, but he didn't expect Pei Yi to say that he had known about it for a long time. Pei Yi also turned to look at the chief of the divine python tribe and said, Second uncle, you don't know, right? When I was young, I went to look for you once and happened to hear you and Pei Qin talking about this. The chief of the divine python tribe asked, Then why did you? Pei Yi said, You want to know why I didn't expose you? The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. Pei smiled and said, "Because you're my second uncle, my father's brother, and my family. You can be cold-blooded and heartless, but I can't." Hearing these words, the chief of the divine python tribe teared up. His heart melted. It was only at this moment that he realized how wrong he was in the past. "I'm sorry, I've let you and your father down." He slowly knelt on the ground and buried his head in remorse. "In this world, no one has let anyone down. You didn't do anything wrong, I didn't do anything wrong, and my father didn't do anything wrong either. It's the world that's wrong. Let's put this matter behind us. From now on, you're still my second uncle and I'm still your nephew. Blood is thicker than water." Pei looked down at the chief of the divine python tribe and smiled. He then nodded at Qin Feiyong and stepped into the air alone. That frail figure seemed especially lonely and desolate. "Blood is thicker than water," the chief of the divine python tribe murmured and looked up at Pei's back view with a smile. "Yeah, we're family, but I'm already plagued with sins. Even if you can forgive me, I can't forgive myself. I'll entrust the future of the divine python tribe to you. When we reach the netherworld, I'll also tell your father that you're an outstanding child. Farewell." The chief of the divine python tribe smiled and looked at this world longingly before slamming his head against the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Chief," the red-haired old man yelled and hurriedly rushed up to the platform. Has already forgiven you. Why did you still do such a foolish thing?" "I have to pay the price for my mistakes. Only death can wash away my sins." I'll leave him to you. He's a smart and capable child. You must assist him and become the chief of the divine python tribe." The chief of the divine python tribe grabbed the red-haired old man's hand and said intermittently. He maintained a smile on his face throughout. It was a smile of relief. There was no resentment. With that, he weakly let go of the red-haired old man's hand and his head slowly fell to the ground. He was dead. "Chief," the red-haired old man hugged the corpse of the chief of the divine python tribe and wailed to the sky. At the same time, Pei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the platform. However, he did not say or do anything and left without looking back. Chapter 1102. Pei left. No one knew where he went. On the high platform, the red-haired old man hugged the leader of the divine python tribe and howled in pain. Everyone was silent. They were filled with emotions. They didn't expect that Fu Anshan's matter would lead to another unsolved case. Pei Changfeng was actually assassinated by his own brother. That was too shocking. Qin Feiyong also sighed. He didn't expect that the leader of the divine python tribe would repent and choose to die to atone for his sins. The leader of the divine python tribe deserved to die, but Pei actually let go of this hatred. His temperament is admirable. Wang Yue sighed. If this happened to her, she would never be able to forgive the leader of the divine python tribe. Qin Feiyong said, "That's right. His temperament is something that no one in our younger generation can compare to." Wang Yue was stunned. She turned to look at him and asked, "Does that include you?" "Yes." Qin Feiyong nodded. If he could get over it, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Yue said, "I'm really surprised that you're inferior to him. No one is perfect. My talent may be better than Pei Yi's, but my state of mind is far inferior to his." Qin Feiyong shook his head and said with a smile. Wang Yue looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. She turned to look at the high platform. Mr. He looked down at Fu Anshan, who was kneeling on the ground, and sneered. "Do you have anything to say now?" "It wasn't me. I was framed. Lord Pavilion Master, Lord Chief Tower Master, I beg you to investigate this matter thoroughly and clear my name." Fu Anshan shuddered and hurriedly cried out. When the leader of the divine python tribe appeared, he was indeed very scared and even desperate. But now, the leader of the divine python tribe was dead. Before his death, although the leader of the divine python tribe said that he was the one who instigated it, he didn't show any evidence. In other words, it could be taken as a one-sided statement from the leader of the divine python tribe. "Haha, you old man, you're really stubborn. However, I've long expected that you would continue to quibble. Mr. Hao shook his head and sneered. Young Master Hao, I don't know what you're talking about. However, if you insist on saying that all of this was instigated by me, then please take out ironclad evidence so that I will be convinced. Otherwise, you are wrongly accusing a good person. Fu Anshan raised his head to look at young Master Hao and said fearlessly. In his opinion, now that the chief of the divine python tribe was dead, there was no evidence. Even if young Master Hao knew the truth, he couldn't do anything to him without evidence. Young Master Hao looked at him and grinned. You call yourself a good man? Do you really think I don't have any evidence? If you have evidence, then take it out. Fu Anshan started to clamor. Because young Master Hao had admitted that he didn't have any evidence. Now that he said this, he must be trying to scare him and make him give himself away. What a joke. Who was Fu Anshan? How could he be fooled so easily? Alas, you really disappoint me. When I said that I didn't have any evidence, I just wanted you to admit it. I didn't expect you to deny it. Looks like I'm still too naive. I shouldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for someone like you. You want evidence, right? I'll take it out now and let you know why you died. Young Master Hao took a deep breath, calmed down the anger in his heart, and took out the image crystal. Fu Anshan was surprised. Could it be that he really had evidence? No, he must be bluffing. He couldn't be scared by him. Buzz. The image crystal buzzed and trembled, and a stream of light flew into the sky. Immediately, an image slowly unfolded in the sky above the square. The image showed the conversation between Fu Anshan and Yan Wei in the study. In this conversation, Fu Anshan admitted that he had blackmailed the chief of the divine python tribe to kill Shen Feiyan and Li He. How is that possible? Looking at the image, Fu Anshan's face was full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that when he told Yan Wei about this, Qin Feiyong, young Master Hao, and Wang Yu had already left. But why did young Master Hao have this image? The square was dead silent. Only the conversation between Fu Anshan and Yan Wei continued to reverberate in the sky. Everyone looked up at the image with a trace of anger on their faces. It's too much. It's really too much. Such a despicable person. They actually let him succeed the position of Deputy Pavilion Master of the Exchange Pavilion. They are really blind. Kill. We must kill him, cut him into pieces. As soon as the image ended, the crowd around the square immediately roared with righteous indignation. Everyone be quiet. I have another image here for everyone to enjoy. Young Master Hao waved his hand, and another image appeared in the sky above the square. It was the image of Fu Han's confession. Oh my God! He really sent Fu Han to assassinate young Master Hao and Wang Yu, does he think that he is the ruler of the Forgotten Continent? How dare he? The leaders were extremely shocked. No! Fu Han went behind my back, I didn't know. Fu Anshan roared. Yan Wei shook his head and landed in front of young Master Hao. He looked at Fu Anshan and said, Sir, now that things have come to this, you'd better admit it. You. Fu Anshan looked at him in shock. Yan Wei turned to look at the Chief Tower Master and the Pavilion Master, bowed and said, I can testify that everything young Master Hao said is true. Fu Anshan roared, Wei Yan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I approached you in order to verify these things. Yan Wei said. What? Fu Anshan's body and mind trembled, and he said angrily, Who exactly are you? Who sent you here? It's me. Qin Feiyong stood up and said. Fu Anshan felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind rumbled. It was actually Qin Feiyong's men. Qin Feiyong said, I don't easily cause trouble, but I'm never afraid of trouble, so when Fu Han confessed, I asked Wei Yan to approach you. Everyone looked at each other. He had already started to make arrangements so early. This person was too scary. When Fu Anshan heard this, he immediately collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his face full of despair. Young Master Hao said, Actually, we could have exposed your true colors a long time ago, but do you know why we didn't do so? Why? Fu Anshan looked at him suspiciously. I'll let you be proud first. The more proud you are, the more painful it will be when you fall. Of course, the more happy we are. Young Master Hao laughed. Fu Anshan said, So, you waited until today on purpose. That's right. When you happily succeed as the Deputy Pavilion Master, when you think that you have achieved great success, we will stand out to expose you and make you fall into a bottomless abyss. Let me ask, what in the world is more uncomfortable and painful than this? Young Master had chuckled. Fu Anshan smiled bitterly. He thought that everything was under control, but he didn't know that he had been living in someone else's scheme. How stupid! Also, some time ago, Brother Mu made you kneel in front of the main tower gate to tease you. First, he made you despair, then he let you see hope, and finally he made you despair again. Tell everyone, how does this feel? Young Master Hao teased. Fu Anshan smiled bitterly and said, then what's going on with Li He and Shin Feiyun? I saw them die with my own eyes. Li He said, you saw with your own eyes that it wasn't us. Then who was it? Fu Anshan was suspicious. It's the sons of the divine Python tribe, Pei Yu and Pei Lang. This was also a trap set up by Ancestor Mu. He sneaked into the divine Python tribe to save Shin Feiyun and me, and then let Pei Yu and Pei Lang pretend to be us. Thus, the people you all killed back then were them. Li He said. It can't be. There are actually so many things that we don't know about. Is this Ancestor Mu the reincarnation of a monster? How could he do it so seamlessly? The leaders looked at Qin Feiyong, their eyes full of fear. The leaders of the Vajra tribe and the Qilin tribe, who had always wanted to target Qin Feiyong, couldn't help but feel afraid. So that's how it is. Hee hee, haha, Fu Anshan muttered to himself and laughed out loud. After all his scheming, this was the result he got in the end. Laughable, laughable. Do you understand now? In this forgotten continent, you still don't have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. Young Master Hao laughed coldly, then turned around and walked down the platform towards the Chief Tower Master. At this moment, everyone looked at young Master Hao in a different light. In the past, they all thought that young Master Hao was just a hedonistic son who relied on the Chief Tower Master to abuse his power, but they didn't expect him to be so shrewd. Young Master Hao laughed. Father, how is it? My performance is not bad, right? Very good. The Chief Tower Master nodded, extremely gratified. This trip was indeed not in vain. Hand over the Vice Pavilion Master's jade seal for this old man. Suddenly, a furious roar exploded like a clap of thunder. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see the Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion grabbing onto Fu Anshan's neck like an enraged lion. But Fu Anshan did not have the slightest reaction, his face full of a bitter smile. The Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion waved his hand and forcefully snatched away Fu Anshan's universe bag. Then, he threw Fu Anshan on the ground and said coldly, a person like you cannot be allowed to live. Fu Anshan's gaze trembled, and he finally came back to his senses. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Pavilion Master, this lowly one knows his wrongs. This lowly one will definitely change. Please let this lowly one off this time. After committing such a heinous crime, you still want this old man to let you off? Are you dreaming? The Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion was furious. He waved his old hand and directly slapped Fu Anshan's head. Crack. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Fu Anshan's head exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. It's finally over. Wang Yu muttered. Qin Feiyong said, this is what he deserves. No one present sympathized with Fu Anshan, and their eyes were incomparably cold. The Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion shouted, men, drag him down and feed him to the dogs. 2 guards hurriedly ran up to the high platform, dragging Fu Anshan's corpse and hurriedly running away. The red-haired old man picked up the corpse of the divine Python tribe's leader, stood up, and said, Pavilion Master, I will also take my leave. My condolences. The Pavilion Master comforted him. Chapter 1103. After the red-haired old man left, the Pavilion Master glanced at the corpse of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief, then looked at Qin Feiyong and asked, young friend, what happened to him? Qin Feiyong said, last night, he and the Divine Python Tribe's chief were in cahoots. They disguised themselves as Pei Yi and tricked me into coming to Black Cloud Valley to harm me. In the end, my big brother appeared and crippled their cultivation. Everyone's pupils shrank. Even the divine Python tribe's chief was crippled. This person's big brother was too terrifying. Then, where's your big brother now? Gong Sunbei asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, he left after crippling the two of them. I don't know where he is now. Gong Sunbei raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the chief pavilion master. The chief pavilion master smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing this, Gong Sunbei also fell silent. The transaction pavilion's pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully and shouted, Men, take his corpse away for this old man. 2 more guards ran up and dragged the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief's body away. Fatso, Shen Feiyin, Li He, and Yen Wei also left the high platform. The pavilion master said, Li He, wait a moment. Li He was stunned and returned to the high platform, standing beside the pavilion master. Wang Yu chuckled and said, later, Li He will definitely be announced as the pavilion master. That's inevitable, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The pavilion master glanced at the people present and bowed. This old man is deeply sorry for what happened today. These things are not what you want to see. Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again. Yes, as long as it doesn't lead to a bigger mistake. The chiefs laughed. Thank you for your understanding. Now, this old man will personally announce that the next deputy pavilion master will be Li He. The pavilion master took out the jade seal and handed it to Li He, apologizing. I'm sorry to have wronged you. This sudden surprise left Li He somewhat at a loss on what to do. The pavilion master smiled and said, This is what you deserve and what we owe you. Take it and manage the pavilion well. Don't let down this old man's expectations of you. Li He glanced at the pavilion master, bowed, and received the jade seal. I will do my best. Thank you, pavilion master. All right, say a few words to everyone. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion patted Li He's shoulder and walked down the high platform towards the black-clothed old man. He looked rather haggard. No matter who it was, they would definitely be mentally and physically exhausted after something like this happened. Li He was not as hypocritical as Fu and Shan. He stood on the high platform and said a few words from the bottom of his heart, then told everyone to move to the Longfeng Pavilion. A banquet was definitely a must. After all, many people had come from afar. He couldn't just send them away like that, right? For a moment, all the leaders opened the teleportation gate and headed to the Longfeng Pavilion. However, the Chief Tower Master and Gong Sunbei did not go. They nodded to the pavilion master of the trading pavilion and left. Li He put away the jade seal and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. He smiled and said, Brother Mu, young master Hao, miss you. I really have to thank you properly. What about me? Don't turn your back on us as soon as you become the deputy pavilion master. You have to know that I've contributed a lot too. Fatso looked at Li He unhappily. Li He shook his head and laughed. How could this old man forget you? Then, he looked at Yen Wei and cupped his hands. And you, thank you. It's fine. Yen Wei waved his hand. Li He glanced at them and said, in short, no matter what, you can't decline today. You have to go to the Longfeng Pavilion and let me thank you properly. My pleasure, young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I still have something to deal with, so I won't join in the fun. Young Master Hao was instantly annoyed and said, Brother Mu, you're really boring, you know that? Li He was also unhappy. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, I really have something to do. Sorry. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had made up his mind, Li He could not force him anymore. He shook his head and said helplessly, It's really difficult to treat you to a meal. All right, go and deal with it. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. Let's meet again another day. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened the teleportation gate and walked in. Fatso and Yen Wei looked at each other and quickly followed. Li He shook his head and looked at Wang Yu with a smile. Miss you, what about you? I'm not going either. You guys have fun. Wang Yu looked at the dissipating teleportation gate and said to Li He with a smile. Then, she opened the teleportation gate and left. Li He could not keep his face any longer. Young Master Hao patted Li He on the shoulder and said with a smile, If Brother Mu doesn't go, your sister definitely won't go either. Forgive me. What do you mean? Li He looked at him suspiciously. Young Master Hao said, can't you tell? Right now, my sister's attention is all on someone. Someone? Li He was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization and smiled. Seems like we'll have a wedding banquet before long. Wedding banquet? Let's hope so. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go. I'll have a few drinks with you today. Young Master Hao pulled Li He towards the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in high spirits. Main pagoda. In the pavilion, there were standard items on the stone table. The main pagoda master stood beside the stone table, holding a brush and staring at the white paper on the table calmly. Beside him, Gongsun remained silent and stood respectfully. Suddenly, the main pagoda master waved his brush and wrote a word on the paper. This word was wisdom. The main pagoda master looked at the word, wisdom, and put down his brush. He sat on the stone bench and asked, Gongsun, do you know why I wrote this word? Yes. Gongsun nodded. Tell me about it. The main pagoda master said. Wisdom represents wisdom, and ability. As the ancients say, a wise man can conquer the world. If I'm not wrong, Lord wrote this word for Ancestor Mu. Gongsun said. That's right. I wrote it for him. Er's performance today made me very happy, but I understand that all of this is Ancestor Mu's manipulation. He is a truly wise and resourceful person. The main pagoda master said. Gongsun pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice, Lord, are you worried? The main pagoda master said, I can't help but worry because his existence will pose a great threat to Er. If he's willing, he can easily play Er in the palm of his hand. I think that Lord is overthinking. Because according to my observation, Ancestor Mu is not an ambitious person. Gongsun said. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. The main pagoda master deeply sighed. Gongsun said, if Lord is still worried, I can make him disappear immediately. The main pagoda master fell silent. Gongsun eyes flashed as he said, Lord, please forgive this subordinate for speaking bluntly. Although Ancestor Mu is a great threat to Junior Apprentice Brother, from another perspective, his appearance can be considered an opportunity for Junior Apprentice Brother. What do you mean? The main pagoda master asked. Think about it, with Ancestor Mu's intelligence, if he's willing to fully support Junior Apprentice Brother, who will be able to shake Junior Apprentice Brother's position in the Forgotten Continent in the future? Gongsun said. The main pagoda master's eyes lit up, but he then frowned and said, what you said is just an if. So first, we need to confirm whether or not he's an ambitious person and not kill a rare talent in the cradle. Gongsun said. The main pagoda master said, are you saying that I'm jealous? This subordinate wouldn't dare. If this subordinate has any doubts, please forgive me, Lord. Gongsun hurriedly bowed. The main pagoda master looked at the garden in front of him, his eyes flashing as he suddenly asked, tell me honestly, have you ever hated me over the years? No. It's because Lord has given me everything that I have today. I'm already very satisfied. Gongsun lowered his head and said. The main pagoda master smiled and said, if Ancestor Mu has the same resolve as you, it's not impossible for him to stay by Er's side. Gongsun inwardly let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he said, then let this subordinate take care of this matter. The main pagoda master nodded and said, give me an answer as soon as possible. Okay. Gongsun nodded before turning and leaving. The main pagoda master got up and walked out of the pavilion. Looking at the clear sky, he muttered, life is short. Don't not cherish it. These words did not seem to be directed at himself. What he did not know was that not too far away, there was a colorful little snake hiding in the flower bed. It was so small that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Calm Heart Lake. In the pavilion's hall, Fatso looked at Qin Feiyong and asked, Boss, what do you need to deal with? Yan Wei also looked at Qin Feiyong suspiciously. It's nothing. Qin Feiyong shook his head and sat beside the tea table. Fatso and Yan Wei were surprised. Yan Wei was puzzled. Since it's nothing, why don't we go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Qin Feiyong smiled and said, this time, the people going to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are all big shots of the Forgotten Continent. If I go, I will have to entertain them. I don't have the energy. I see. You're just afraid of trouble, Yanwei said. That's right. The matter is basically over. You guys don't have to run around. Go to the castle and cultivate, Qin Feiyong said. Yanwei was slightly surprised and asked, then the Mu clan's nest and the mysterious person who bought the herbs, are we not going to look for them? Not anymore. Qin Feiyong waved his hand. After searching for so long, he still hadn't found anything. It would be a waste of time to continue searching. All right. Yanwei nodded his head. Buzz. Suddenly, Fatso took out the image crystal. A beautiful white figure appeared. It was Li Yan. Li Yan asked without hesitation. Damn, Fatso. Where are you now? I'm with my boss. What are you doing? Fatso was suspicious. Come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately. After Li Yan finished speaking, the shadow dissipated. What do you mean? Fatso looked at Qin Feiyong and Yanwei in a daze. Qin Feiyong and Yanwei looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. What are you guys laughing at? Fatso frowned. Qin Feiyong said, You're not bad. Fatso said angrily, What is it? Can you make it clear? Yanwei rolled his eyes and said snappily, Don't you understand? The girl has taken a fancy to you. Taken a fancy to me? Fatso pointed at his nose, his face filled with disbelief. Such a beautiful woman like Li Yan would take a fancy to him? You must be joking. Isn't this what you want? Hurry up and go. Don't make her wait too long. Chapter 1104. Good, good, good. Fatso nodded and opened the teleportation gate in joy, but as soon as he stepped into the teleportation gate, he retracted his foot. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a hint of disappointment. What's wrong? Qin Feiyong and the other man looked at him suspiciously. It's better not to go. Fatso shook his head. Why? The two of them were puzzled. It wasn't easy for him to get lucky in love, but he didn't go. This wasn't Fatso's style? After the incident with Chu Xian, Fat Lord has realized that Fat Lord is not suitable to fall in love at the moment. Fatso sighed. Yanwei asked, What do you mean? It means that Boss's identity will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, the two of us will naturally become the public enemy of the Forgotten Continent along with Boss. If something really happens between Li Yan and me now, when Boss's identity is exposed, we will only be in more pain. Fatso sighed deeply and said. Yanwei was stunned and nodded. That's true. Fatso said, So, it's better not to talk about feelings now, lest she gets into trouble because of our true identity. Yanwei shook his head and laughed. I didn't realize that you were looking so far ahead. Indeed. If Fatso and Li Yan really became a couple now, then when their identities were exposed, Li Yan would definitely be implicated. Even if she wasn't implicated, Li Yan would still be in a dilemma. Fatso turned to look at Qin Feiyong and laughed. Boss, send us to the castle. Right now, cultivation is more important. Let's put aside our personal affairs. All right. Qin Feiyong nodded, and with a wave of his arm, the two of them disappeared. Then, he sat in front of the coffee table, muttering to himself. To be honest, he was really surprised that Fatso could have such awareness. But from another point of view, he was not even as good as Fatso. Because Fatso had already seen the future and made a choice. And he was still living in a dream. She was always entangled with Wang Yue and young Master Hao. If this continued, just as Fatty had said, everyone would fall into a painful situation in the end. Looks like I have to settle this as soon as possible. Qin Feiyong mumbled. Wang. Suddenly, the image crystal recalled. Qin Feiyong took out an image crystal, and the phantom of the Phantom Serpent Emperor appeared. He smiled mischievously and said, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes and said, Tell me the bad news first. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said, After seeing your performance during the succession ceremony, the Chief Pagoda Master thinks that you are too smart. He is afraid that you will threaten young Master Hao's position and wants to eliminate you. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and said, What's the good news? The Phantom Snake Emperor said, The good news is that Gongsun Bei is speaking up for you. The Chief Pagoda Master has temporarily withdrawn his killing intent towards you. Why is Gongsun Bei helping me? Qin Feiyong frowned. I don't know. But just now, the Chief Pagoda Master asked Gongsun Bei a strange question. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said. What question? Qin Feiyong asked. He asked Gongsun Bei if he hated him all these years. Gongsun Bei replied that he didn't hate him and said that he was already very satisfied with everything he had now. I feel that there seems to be an unknown grudge between the two of them. The Phantom Serpent Emperor pondered. An unknown grudge. Qin Feiyong also fell into deep thought. The Phantom Serpent Emperor shook his small head and said, You can slowly think about this matter. I will continue to monitor the Chief Pagoda Master. In addition, Gongsun Bei should be looking for you later. You should be mentally prepared. Okay. Qin Feiyong nodded. When the phantom of the Phantom Serpent Emperor disappeared, Qin Feiyong put away the image crystal and continued to lower his head and ponder. As expected, not long after the conversation ended, Gongsun Bei descended in the sky above Qin Feiyong's courtyard. Sensing Gongsun Bei's aura, Qin Feiyong let out a long breath, got up and walked out of the attic. He smiled and said, Brother Gongsun, you are busy with work. How come you have time to come to Soothing Heart Lake? You are Brother Shin's savior. No matter how busy I am, I will definitely take the time to thank you properly. Gongsun Bei landed in front of Qin Feiyong and said. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, Let's talk inside. Okay. Gongsun Bei nodded. The two of them entered the attic. Qin Feiyong made tea and said with a smile, Brother Gongsun and Brother Shin have a good relationship. Gongsun Bei said, In my eyes, he is my biological brother. Qin Feiyong said, I really envy your friendship. Gongsun Bei smiled and said, Aren't you and young master how the same? What is there to envy? Qin Feiyong shook his head and poured a cup of tea. He stepped back in front of Gongsun Bei and said, I don't know if Brother Gongsun has heard of the saying, being with a king is like being with a tiger. Gongsun Bei's heart trembled. He calmly picked up the teacup and tasted it. His eyes lit up and he said in surprise, This should be the tea leaves made by the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, right? Yes. The last time I went to his place, he gave me some. Qin Feiyong said. Gongsun Bei said, Tisk, TSK, TSK. You have a lot of face. What do you mean? Qin Feiyong was suspicious. To tell you the truth, I went to him more than once to ask for these tea leaves, but he was unwilling to give me even one. It really is like the old saying, the older you are, the stingier you are. Gongsun Bei shook his head helplessly. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, If Brother Gongsun likes it, I will give you some later. That's fine. Gongsun Bei immediately beamed. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, Brother Gongsun, you didn't come here just to thank me, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Well, Gongsun Bei found it hard to speak. Qin Feiyong said, Actually, I know why you came to me even if you don't say it. Gongsun Bei looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyong didn't want to talk nonsense. He smiled and said, You can tell Master not to worry. I have no interest in the position of Chief Tower Master at all. I was wondering why you would say, being with a king is like being with a tiger. It turns out that you have already seen through it. Gongsun Bei smiled bitterly. This kid's mind was getting scarier and scarier. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, Power is just a passing cloud. What I want is strength. Only with strength can I be qualified to stand above the heavens. Gongsun Bei's heart trembled. He didn't expect this kid in front of him to see through it so thoroughly. Even he felt inferior to this state of mind. Gongsun Bei said, Then, if I ask you to assist young master how, what will you say? Qin Feiyong shook his head without hesitation and said, I won't assist anyone. Gongsun Bei wasn't surprised at all. Qin Feiyong continued, However, if he needs it, I will help him. However, I won't help him too much, because everyone needs to learn to be independent. If he needs to ask for help from others every time he encounters a problem, then he will never be able to become a true king. Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. To be honest, I really don't like you. Because you are too smart. So smart that it scares people. Brother Gongsun, aren't you also a smart person? Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. Why do you say that? Gongsun was startled and asked curiously. In the past, I couldn't figure out why you hinted at me, why you helped me, why you said that we were the same kind of people, and why you yearned for freedom so much. After a period of calm thinking, I finally figured it out. You are the first person to voluntarily withdraw. Qin Feiyong said. Gongsun Bei's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyong smiled. Brother Gongsun, there is no one else here. Why don't you tell me? Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyong, his eyes flickering. After a long time, Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. Kid, you are smart, but sometimes you are very stupid. How can you casually discuss such a serious topic? Qin Feiyong said, don't you feel uncomfortable keeping it in your heart? A guess was always a guess. If the person involved didn't admit it personally, it wouldn't be true. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly. Of course it's uncomfortable. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, I'm a very good listener. You kid, it seems that if I don't say it today, you won't let it go. Gongsun Bei smiled helplessly. Yes, as you said, I am the first person to voluntarily withdraw. Qin Feiyong held a teacup, drinking tea while listening quietly. It turned out that back then, when Gongsun Bei obtained the inheritance in the Land of Inheritance, some old monsters in the main tower intended to let him inherit the position of the next main tower master. After all, anyone who could obtain the inheritance, no matter which generation's main tower master it was a promising talent. This matter also quickly reached the ears of the main tower master. He definitely wouldn't allow this to happen, so he went to talk to Gongsun Bei. The young Gongsun Bei was also young and frivolous. In addition, he obtained the inheritance, so he was naturally dissatisfied with the attitude of the main tower master. He even had a falling out with the main tower master in private. However, no matter how talented he was only a disciple at that time. How could he fight against the main tower master who controlled the Forgotten Continent? In the end, faced with the main tower master's pressure from all sides, he could only helplessly compromise and voluntarily withdraw. But he knew that even if he voluntarily withdrew, the main tower master might not let him go. Because no one would let a hidden danger live in the world forever. So he swore. In this life, he would always stay by the main tower master's side and serve the main tower master wholeheartedly. It was because of this that he escaped a disaster and lived until today. But it was also because of this that their master-disciple relationship broke. From then on, Gongsun Bei never called the main tower master again. He always called him Lord. This is my past. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly. It's similar to what I thought. Qin Feiyong muttered, asking, don't you hate him? I used to hate him. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly, then stood up and said, I said these things not because I really feel uncomfortable, but because I want to tell you a truth. Man can never fight against the heavens. After saying that, Gongsun Bei opened the portal and left. Man can never fight against the heavens, Qin Feiyong muttered. Gradually, the corners of his mouth rose into a mocking smile. He was not mocking Gongsun Bei, because Gongsun Bei was right. Man can never fight against the heavens. But was the main tower master the heavens? Chapter 1105. The next day, Qin Feiyong woke up from his cultivation early in the morning. I wonder how Pei Yi is doing now. He muttered to himself. Not only did he feel sympathy for Pei Yi, but he also felt an inexplicable emotion. Even he himself couldn't explain his emotions. Anyway, he just wanted to help Pei Yi. Buzz. He got up and opened the portal, appearing in Pei Yi's alchemy room. However, there was no one there. Where could he be? Qin Feiyong began to ponder. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up and he opened another portal, descending in the sky above a valley. In the valley, the lush green weeds swayed in the wind. The wildflowers were in full bloom and their fragrance wafted through the air. There was a small lake in the middle of the valley, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting alone by the lake, staring at the rippling surface of the lake. It was Pei Yi. I knew you'd be here. Qin Feiyong landed beside Pei Yi and said with a faint smile. This valley was the place where he barbecued meat with the group of children previously. Pei Yi turned to look at him and continued to look at the lake. Aren't you afraid that I'll flare up at you? Qin Feiyong said, if you were such a person, I wouldn't have come. Pei Yi shook his head and smiled. How did you know I was here? It's simple. You often bring those children here for barbecued meat, which means that this is a pure land in your heart. Qin Feiyong said with a smile. Pei Yi sighed. I didn't expect that the person who knows me the best in this world would be you, someone who doesn't know me well. Yeah, I'm also very confused. We don't know each other well, but why do I want to help you so much? Qin Feiyong said softly. Help me? Pei Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyong took out 3 potential pills, 2 potential pills, and a small creation pill. He smiled and said, take them. What kind of pills are these? Pei Yi looked at the pills suspiciously. These are pills that can make you reborn, Qin Feiyong said. He then released his sacred power and helped Pei Yi unlock 6 levels of potential. The surprise came too abruptly, and Pei Yi still felt like he was in a dream even after the 6th level of the door of potential was opened. After an unknown period of time, he came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feiyong and asked, why are you helping me? I don't know either. Maybe it's because your experience has touched the soft spot in my heart. However, no matter what the reason is, I hope that you can properly cherish everything that you have right now. Qin Feiyong smiled and took out 2 more pills. One was the 9 Revolution Dragon Blood pill, and the other was the small creation pill. This small creation pill is for you to use when you become a 9-star battle saint to open the door to the 7th level of potential. As for this pill, it has a certain probability of allowing you to break through a small realm. You can take it now or wait until you've broken through to the battle saint realm. Qin Feiyong handed the 2 pills to Pei Yi. Thank you. Pei Yi grabbed the 2 pills. As for the origin of these pills, he had no intention to ask about them. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, you don't have to thank me. I just hope that you can show mercy to me when we become enemies in the future. Enemies? Pei Yi was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the lake and wondered if there would really be such a day. Ancestor Mu, how dare you come to the divine python tribe? All of a sudden, an angry roar was heard. A red-haired old man flew through the air and landed opposite Qin Feiyong and Pei Yi. His old face was full of anger. It was the Grand Elder of the Divine Python tribe. Pei Yi looked up at the red-haired old man and said, Grand Elder, don't be rude. The red-haired old man said angrily, what are you doing? He's the one who ruined the reputation of the Divine Python tribe. That's the truth. Even if he doesn't say it, people will find out sooner or later. Pei Yi said. What about Pei Yu and Pei Lang? Do they deserve to die too? The red-haired old man hollered. Pei Yi said, have you ever thought about why second uncle chose Pei Yu and Pei Lang over Pei Zhe and Pei Luo because they're all second uncle's sons? The red-haired old man frowned. Pei Yi said, because they're good-for-nothings. Even if they don't die in the hands of Ancestor Mu, they'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. They're all your family. How can you say that about them? The red-haired old man looked at Pei Yi in disbelief. I know. But have they ever treated me as their family? I believe I don't need to tell you this. You should know it in your heart. Pei Yi said calmly. The red-haired old man sighed deeply. In fact, he was not the only one who knew. Everyone in the Divine Python tribe knew that Pei Yu and Pei Lang had always disliked Pei Yi. They even harbored ill intentions towards him. It was no wonder that Pei Yi was so cold. The red-haired old man glanced at Qin Feiyong and humped coldly. No matter what, the Divine Python tribe doesn't welcome this person now. I don't plan to go to the Divine Python tribe either, Qin Feiyong said calmly. He turned to look at Pei Yi, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, I've done what I should do. I'll take my leave first. Okay. Pei Yi nodded. Qin Feiyong opened the portal and left. The red-haired old man walked in front of Pei Yi and said earnestly, listen to me. Don't interact with him too much in the future. Pei Yi said, listen to me too. Don't provoke him in the future. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The red-haired old man looked at the disappearing portal and frowned subtly. Back to Qin Feiyong. He did not return to Calming Lake. Instead, he descended on Black Cloud Valley. There were some things that he had to put an end to. He took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon, Mr. Hao's image appeared. What are you doing so early in the morning? Mr. Hao was still a little tipsy, probably because he drank too much last night. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Get Wang Yu, and come to Black Cloud Valley immediately." Mr. Hao was stunned and said impatiently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to go to Black Cloud Valley? Just come. What's with the nonsense?" Qin Feiyang snorted and turned off the image crystal. He entered the ancient castle and started refining pills. Time passed by quickly. About half an hour passed. Mr. Hao and Wang Yu finally arrived at Black Cloud Valley. Qin Feiyang had already come out of the ancient castle. Looking at Qin Feiyang, Mr. Hao said unhappily, "Why did you wake me up so early in the morning? Let me tell you, if you don't have anything important to say today, I'm not done with you." Wang Yu did not say anything and just looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to the two of them. He smiled and said, "One for each of you." "What is it?" Mr. Hao was suspicious. "See for yourself," Qin Feiyang said. The two of them took the jade boxes and opened them. They were immediately stunned, only to see 7 medicinal pills lying quietly inside the jade box. Mr. Hao looked at the 7 pills suspiciously and then looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What kind of pills are these?" "These 3 are potential pills. They can open the door of potential from the 1st to the 3rd level. These 2 are potential pills. They can open the door of potential from the 4th to the 5th level. These 2 are small fortune pills. They can open the door of potential from the 6th to the 7th level." Qin Feiyang explained them one by one. "What? There are pills that can open the door of potential." The two of them were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang ignored the two of them and continued, potential pills, and small fortune pills can only be taken when one is at the 9-star realm. For example, Wang Yu, you're a 9-star battle saint now, so you can take them. But if you need the help of pressure, you can look for your parents and grandfather. As for Brother Hao, you're a 1-star battle saint now. You can only take them when you're a 9-star battle saint. These precautions must be made clear, or else someone might die. Wait, let me digest it first. Mr. Hao stretched out his hand. It felt too unreal. Wang Yu was the same. In the past, Qin Feiyang took out the Joku Yellow Dragon pill, which had already shocked them. Now, he took out a pill that was even more shocking than the Joku Yellow Dragon pill. Potential pill? Potential pill? Small fortune pill? These medicinal pills, they had never even heard of them before. What was this guy doing? Mr. Hao suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked up at Qin Feiyang. "That's not right, Brother Mu. You're too dishonest." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, "I've already revealed everything to you. Why aren't you honest? Since I can only take them when I'm a 9-star battle saint, why didn't you give them to me when I was still a 9-star battle saint? Now that I've broken through to a 1-star battle saint, you're giving me these pills. Then I can only stare at you." Mr. Hao frowned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Was our relationship so good at that time?" Mr. Hao was about to cry. He was only a 1-star battle saint now. He didn't know how many years it would take to cultivate to a 9-star battle saint. Wasn't this torturing? Looking at Mr. Hao's tearful expression, Wang Yu raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't be discontent. Of course you can say that. You're a 9-star battle saint now. You can use it immediately. When you open the door of potential, you'll immediately be reborn. At that time, you'll leave me a few streets behind." Mr. Hao said unhappily. Wang Yu suddenly became angry and said angrily, "Then don't you know how to work harder? If you don't go to the Dragon Phoenix house a few more times, your cultivation will be more than this." Hearing this, Mr. Hao felt awkward. Wang Yu glared at him snappily, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Is this the reason why your cultivation speed is so fast?" "Yes. I have already opened the 6th level of the Gate of Potential." Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Yu took a cold breath. He had actually opened the 6th level. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Why? In the past, when I asked you to tell me these things, you weren't willing. Now that you're giving us so many pills, it's impossible for there to be no reason, right?" She kept feeling that the Qin Feiyang today was different from before. "Yeah, why?" Mr. Hao also reacted and looked at Qin Feiyong in confusion. Chapter 1106. Wang Yue said, "Stop talking nonsense. I want to hear the truth." Only a ghost would believe such words. Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Brother Mu, why don't you tell me secretly? Is it a betrothal gift for my sister? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Wang Yue's face was dark and the veins on her forehead were throbbing. Couldn't he tell that they were discussing a very serious topic? However, if this was really a betrothal gift, then didn't that mean? Thinking of this, Wang Yue's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Looking at the red glow on Wang Yue's face, young Master Hao secretly snorted. "You're obviously looking forward to it, yet you're still angry at me. What kind of person is this?" Qin Feiyong shook his head and smiled. He took out a 9-turn dragon blood pill and handed it to Wang Yue. "What kind of pill is this?" Wang Yue was stunned and asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyong said, 9-turn dragon blood pill. It can let you easily step into the War Emperor." Wang Yue was stunned. She looked at young Master Hao and asked in surprise, "Is this the thing that allowed him to break through to the 1-star War Saint instantly?" Qin Feiyong nodded. Wang Yue reached out and grabbed the 9-turn dragon blood pill. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Could it be that this man really liked her? Otherwise, why would he tell her so many secrets without holding back? Qin Feiyong glanced at the two of them, a hint of melancholy between his brows. He had seen young Master Hao's feelings for him. He had already discovered Wang Yue's feelings for him. If there weren't so many shackles, he would continue to maintain this relationship. But there were too many helplessness in this world. He had no choice. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had completely fallen into it, he had to cut the Gordian knot. Especially Wang Yue. If this continued, they would definitely fall deeper and deeper. In the end, both sides would suffer. Thinking of this, his gaze turned cold and his expression became cold and heartless. He said indifferently, "I've done what I should do. From now on, the three of us will cut off all ties." The two of them, who were lost in their thoughts, suddenly raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyong. "Cut off ties? Did they hear wrongly? What did you say?" Young Master Hao asked. Qin Feiyong said, "I said, from now on, the three of us will make a clean break with each other. We won't have anything to do with each other anymore." "That's right." The two of them shuddered, their faces filled with disbelief. "Why? Aren't we doing fine? Why do you want to cut him in half?" Young Master Hao said angrily. "Do you know? What I hate the most are you young masters and young mistresses. You think too highly of yourself and think too highly of yourself. I've had enough. When I was with you in the past, it was just as you said. I was using you. Because I have no power or influence. I have to find connections to climb up. Now that I've climbed up, I don't need you. As for these medicinal pills, consider them as your compensation. I don't want to owe anyone anything." Qin Feiyong said lightly. "Impossible." Young Master Hao shook his head. Wang Yue was so aggrieved that she burst into tears. He never thought that Qin Feiyong would say such heartless words. Use, remuneration. What did he take her for? Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yue, who was sobbing like rain, and a monstrous anger rose in his heart. He grabbed Qin Feiyong's clothes and roared, "You tell me clearly, are you telling the truth or not?" "Yes." Qin Feiyong coldly pulled young Master Hao's hand away, then looked at Wang Yue and said, "Do you think I really like you? Let me tell you, I hate unruly, willful, and unreasonable women like you the most." Hearing these words, Wang Yue's body and mind trembled. The jade box in her hand fell, and the medicinal pills scattered all over the ground. "Bastard, have you said enough?" Seeing this, young Master Hao was furious and slapped Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong raised his hand and grabbed young Master Hao's arm. He said indifferently, "Don't be like this. If I didn't help you, you would still be a hedonistic young master. So, you should be thanking me." "Okay, I thank you." Young Master Hao gritted his teeth, raised his other arm, and angrily punched Qin Feiyong in the chest. But this punch was neither painful nor itchy for Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and pushed young Master Hao back. He looked at the two of them expressionlessly and said, Be sensible and don't bother me again. In addition, tomorrow I will tear up the marriage contract in public in the square of the Pill Pagoda. You're free." After saying that, Qin Feiyong opened the teleportation gate and left without looking back. "Damn bastard, I won't let you go." Young Master Hao was like a mad beast, roaring again and again. Tear up the marriage contract. Wang Yu's body and mind were also trembling. She slowly squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying bitterly. Her thin body was trembling, and she looked particularly helpless. Young Master Hao quickly squatted down and looked at Wang Yu with concern. He said, "Sister, there are many good men in the world. There is no need to be sad over a heartless bastard." Before he could finish, Wang Yu looked up at him and asked, "Am I really an unruly and unreasonable woman? How could that be? My sister is the kindest and most reasonable person." "It's his blind dog eyes. Don't be sad. We will go find my father later and make him pay." Young Master Hao comforted her. "You go. I am tired and want to go back and rest." Wang Yu shook her head and slowly got up. She opened the portal and walked in dejectedly. Her tears fell like rain and splashed on the ground. She had already forgotten about the jade box and those pills. "Ancestor Mu, you're unrighteous, right? Then don't blame me for being heartless." Young Master Hao clenched his hands, and a strong cold light burst out from his eyes. He then picked up the jade box and those pills, opened the portal, and left. Calm Heart Lake. Inside the ancient castle. Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, is it necessary to do this? Then tell me what to say. Say that I am here to snatch the Big Dipper flame and the 5-colored crystal?" Qin Feiyong said angrily, and he was also quite annoyed. Fatso lowered his head and said, "Then there is no need to be so ruthless." Qin Feiyong said, "If I am not ruthless, will they cut me in half?" Fatso said, "Now that they hate you so much, aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Lu Hong's dainty brows furrowed, and she said angrily, "I say, you damn fatty, can't you talk less?" I can't tell that Qin Feiyong is also very uncomfortable now. Qin Feiyong waved his hand at Lu Hong. He looked at the fatty and said, "I'm not afraid of trouble. It's fine as long as I can make them give up on me. As for me, I'm just a passerby here." "A passerby," Fatso murmured. "That's right. Whether it was Qin Feiyong or him, they were just passers-by. Sooner or later, they would leave." At the same time, in the pavilion of the Chief Pagoda Master, what were Gongsun and the Chief Pagoda Master discussing? Suddenly, young Master Hao appeared out of thin air and angrily ran into the pavilion, shouting, "Old man, I want you to immediately throw that bastard Ancestor Mu into prison." The two of them were taken aback as they looked suspiciously at young Master Hao. Young Master Hao said angrily, "Just now, he asked me and my sister to go to Black Cloud Valley. He said that he has been using us and wants to cut off all ties with us, cut off all ties. What is going on now?" The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Shua. It was also at this moment. Another old man appeared in the courtyard. It was Wang Su. He also angrily rushed into the pavilion, looked at the Chief Pagoda Master, and said, "No matter what, you have to hand over Ancestor Mu to this old man." "What's wrong with you?" The Chief Pagoda Master frowned. Wang Su said angrily, "He just bullied my granddaughter and threatened to tear up the marriage contract in front of everyone at the Pill Pagoda Square tomorrow." "What?" The two of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't this too big of a commotion? Gongsun looked at young Master Hao and asked, "Junior brother, what's going on?" Young Master Hao recounted what had happened in Black Cloud Valley in detail. Outrageous! Did he eat a leopard's guts? The Chief Pagoda Master was furious. "My lord, please calm down." Gongsun Bei's expression changed as he hurriedly comforted him. Then, he looked at young Master Hao and said, "You just said that he gave you a pill that can open the door of potential?" "Yes." Young Master Hao nodded, took out the 2 jade boxes, and placed them on the stone table. Gongsun Bei grabbed one of the jade boxes and opened the lid. A trace of shock appeared on his face as he said, "It's actually 7 pill patterns." 7 pill patterns? The Chief Pagoda Master was shocked. He grabbed the other jade box, and when he opened the lid, he was petrified on the spot. To be able to refine 7 pill patterns, this kid is really capable. But even so, this old man won't let him go for bullying my granddaughter. Wang Emo snorted angrily. Gong Sunbei said, Elder Wang, please calm down. Let me ask him first. What's there to ask? Wang Emo said angrily. This kid really knows how to cause trouble. Gong Sunbei couldn't help but feel exhausted. He looked at young Master Hao and said, Can these pills really open the door of potential? Young Master Hao shook his head and said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be fake. He has already opened the 6th level. The 6th level. The 3 leaders' eyes trembled. In the current world, those who could open the 1st level of the door of potential were extremely rare. This kid had actually opened the 6th level. Could it be that he could become a 4-star battle saint in such a short time? Gong Sunbei pondered for a moment and sighed. I think I understand why he did this. Why? The 3 looked at him suspiciously. Gong Sunbei smiled bitterly and said, My lord, it's so obvious. Can't you see it? The chief pagoda master frowned. Gong Sunbei looked at young Master Hao and Wang Emo and said with a smile, Junior brother, Elder Wang, you can go back first. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. No, you must give this old man an explanation now. This old man only has 1 granddaughter. Even this old man can't bear to scold or beat her. How dare he bully my granddaughter like this? This is unforgivable. Wang Su was fuming with rage. He was furious to the extreme. Gong Sunbei smiled helplessly and opened a portal. He pushed Wang Emo into the portal and said, Old man, you're already so old. Why are you still so angry? Let the young people solve their own problems. You don't have to worry about it. Go back. Wang Emo said angrily, Nonsense. He bullied my granddaughter. Of course I have to worry about it. I know. You go back first. I will ask Ancestor Mu to personally apologize another day, Gong Sunbei said impatiently. Wang Emo raised his eyebrows and said, You said it. If he doesn't take the initiative to apologize, I will hold you responsible. Fine. You can do whatever you want, Gong Sunbei said. It was only then that Wang Su stopped and entered the portal. We finally sent that troublesome old man away. Gong Sunbei wiped his sweat and said to young Master Hao, Junior brother, you go back too. Young Master Hao wanted to say something. Quick! Gong Sunbei glared. Chapter 1107. After young Master Hao and Wang Su left, the chief pagoda master looked at Gong Sunbei in confusion. Gong Sunbei sighed. My lord, do you really not understand? He's trying to distance himself from this. Distance himself from this? The chief pagoda master frowned. Yes. If what Junior brother said is true and he's using everyone, then why did he give Junior brother, and you, or these pills after he's done using them? You have to know that any one of these pills will cause a storm of blood if taken out. In terms of value, it's immeasurable. Think about it carefully. He's willing to give such precious pills to Junior brother and you. Doesn't it mean that he actually cares about this friendship? Gong Sunbei shook his head and sighed. The chief pagoda master felt that it made sense and said, So, we've all wronged him. I think when he was preparing to do this, he already expected this result, so it doesn't matter whether he's wronged or not. He just wants to eliminate this suspicion. At the same time, he's also indirectly answering you that he won't assist Junior brother. Gong Sunbei said. The chief pagoda master asked, Then what kind of person do you think he is? Gong Sunbei pondered for a moment and shook his head. To be honest, I don't know because I can't see through him. But I'm sure that he doesn't care about power. Phew. The chief pagoda master let out a long breath and smiled faintly. As long as he doesn't threaten Hao, he can do whatever he wants. My lord is wise. We should nurture such a person well. Moreover, he personally told me that if Junior brother needs help in the future, he won't sit by and do nothing. I think the sentence is enough to show his position. Gong Sunbei smiled. Yes. The chief pagoda master nodded and said, However, his engagement with you, can't be messed around. You know Wang Su's temper. If he really dares to break the engagement tomorrow, I think Wang Su will definitely think of a way to torture him. Gong Sunbei nodded and said, The engagement can't be trifled with. I'll go talk to him tonight. You must persuade him. As long as he marries you, with you, relationship, even if he doesn't want to assist how, you, will definitely not agree. After all, you, and how, are like siblings. The chief pagoda master laughed. That makes sense. Gongsunbei nodded. What the two of them did not know was that their conversation had been overheard by the spirit serpent emperor, who was hiding among the flowers. It immediately found an opportunity to pass the message to Qin Feiyang. After learning of this, Qin Feiyang decisively decided to break off the engagement without waiting for tomorrow. Pill Pagoda Plaza. Qin Feiyang descended from the sky, not concealing his aura at all. It's Ancestor Mu. After sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, the people in the square immediately looked up at Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with fear. Yesterday's incident at the North City Central Square was still fresh in everyone's minds. Qin Feiyang glanced at the people in the square, cupped his hands and said, I need everyone's help. Senior Marshal Brother Mu, why are you being so polite? Just say it. Yes, yes, yes. As long as it's within our ability, we will definitely do our best. Everyone exclaimed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, please inform your friends around you to come to the Pill Pagoda Square. I have something to announce. Something to announce? Everyone was stunned. Someone asked, can anyone do it? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. For a moment, everyone took out their image crystals and sent messages to their friends around them. What? Ancestor Mu has something to announce at the Pill Pagoda Square. Wait here, I'll be right there. Those who received the news were all excited. They immediately rushed to the Pill Pagoda Square through the teleportation portal. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Not long after, thousands of people gathered in the square, and the number was still increasing. Senior Marshal Brother Mu, what's the matter? Why did you call so many people here? Can you tell us now? Among these people, there were disciples of the Pill Pagoda and the Warrior Mountain Range, as well as disciples of the Sacred Land. There were also many outsiders who looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and cupped his hands. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come here. Someone said impatiently, Senior Marshal Brother Mu, let's cut the formalities and get straight to the point. Okay, then I'll say it. Qin Feiyang took out the marriage contract with Wang Yu, and said, this is the marriage contract between Wang Yu, and me. Now, I will tear it up in front of everyone and have nothing to do with her in the future. After saying that, Qin Feiyang clenched his hand and the marriage contract shattered on the spot. Scraps of paper flew everywhere. What? He actually tore up the marriage contract. What is he thinking? Everyone was in an uproar. Their faces were full of disbelief. One had to know. Whether it was Wang Yu's appearance or her family background, she was the dream marriage partner of countless men. If it were someone else, they would cherish her, but this person actually destroyed the marriage contract. What was he thinking? How could he do such a stupid thing? At the same time, the old man guarding the teleportation altar also looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded expression. Was this kid crazy? Such a good marriage was destroyed just like that? After coming back to his senses, he immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz. Gongsunbei's shadow appeared. The old man hurriedly said, come to the square of the Pill Pagoda quickly. Something big has happened. What's the matter? Gongsunbei was suspicious. The old man said, Ancestor Mu has destroyed the marriage contract. What? He really dares to do it. Gongsunbei's expression changed. The chief pagoda master was also dumbfounded. If this matter were to reach Wang Mo's ears, it would be terrible. Thinking of this, the chief pagoda master quivered and shouted, hurry up and deal with it. You must not let him continue to make trouble. Yes. Gongsunbei nodded and put away the image crystal. He immediately opened the teleportation gate and descended on the square of the Pill Pagoda. He shouted, Ancestor Mu, what are you doing? You're here so quickly. Qin Feiyang muttered and said with a smile, Brother Gongsun, you came at the right time. Help me bear witness. Bear witness? Gongsunbei's face darkened. He said angrily, aren't you messing around? I'm not messing around. I admit that you, is not only beautiful, but also has a good family background. Being able to marry her is a blessing that I've cultivated for 3 lifetimes. But it's also because of this that I can't marry her. Because I'm not worthy of her. Qin Feiyong said. I don't agree. The chief pagoda master didn't agree either. Gong Sunbei said with a cold face. Qin Feiyong said, this is my personal matter. I don't need your approval. Impudent. Your marriage contract was made under the witness of the chief pagoda master, so this is no longer your personal matter. It's up to the chief pagoda master to decide whether to destroy this marriage or not you. Gong Sunbei shouted angrily. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows. Gong Sunbei said, although the marriage contract has been destroyed, the marriage contract is still there. Come with me to see the chief pagoda master immediately. With that, he opened a portal. Qin Feiyong frowned. Gong Sunbei shouted, why aren't you leaving? Do you need me to call someone to carry you there? Qin Feiyong's pupil shrank. It could be seen that Gong Sunbei was really angry. He sighed helplessly and strode into the portal. Gong Sunbei looked at the crowd below and said, Ancestor Mu was just joking just now. Please don't talk nonsense. With that, he also entered the portal. He destroyed the marriage contract with his own hands. How can this be called a joke? Many people sneered in their hearts and immediately left. They spread the news through the image crystal. Soon, this matter became known to everyone and caused a huge commotion in Divine City. Ancestor Mu, are you done fooling around? At the same time, the chief pagoda master, who was sitting in the pavilion, looked at Qin Feiyong, who was standing outside with a face full of anger. This disciple is not fooling around. Qin Feiyong lowered his head and said, the chief pagoda master said, if you just want to prove to me, now that I have seen your intentions, I hope this matter will end here. Master, Qin Feiyong hurriedly said, enough. Don't mention this again. The chief pagoda master shouted. Qin Feiyong looked at Gong Sunbei for help. It's no use looking at me. I originally planned to have a good talk with you tonight, but I didn't expect you to act so fast. I was wondering, you clearly said that you would tear up the marriage contract tomorrow. Why did it suddenly change to now? Are you really so impatient? Do you know what the consequences will be once Wang Su finds out about this? Gong Sunbei was extremely angry. Boom. Before his voice faded, a terrifying aura descended above the courtyard. It's over. Speak of the devil. Gong Sunbei and the chief pagoda master immediately rubbed their foreheads. Because the owner of this aura was Wang Su. But this time, it was not only Wang Su who came, but also the Saint Peak Master and the Sacred Pagoda Master. Kid, you dare to appear in front of this old man. See if this old man doesn't cripple you today. As soon as Wang Su saw Qin Feiyong, he rushed down angrily. Father, don't be impulsive, ask clearly first. Seeing this, the Saint Peak Master and the Sacred Pagoda Master's expression changed as they hurriedly chased down and stopped the angry Wang Su. Because they knew the old man's temper too well, if they didn't stop him, he might end up killing someone. The Chief Pagoda Master got up and said with a smile, yes, you are also an elder. If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Don't be so impulsive. Wang Su glanced at the three and glared fiercely at Qin Feiyong. He entered the pavilion angrily and sat on the stone bench, looking at Qin Feiyong and said, Kid, don't say this old man didn't give you a chance. Tell me, what is wrong with my granddaughter that you hate so much? The Saint Peak Master and the Sacred Pagoda Master also entered the pavilion, frowning and looking at Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong looked at the three and sighed, she is very good, I am not worthy of her. Wang Su shouted, be more specific. What is it? Qin Feiyong said, a lot, such as family background. The Sacred Pagoda Master frowned and said, we didn't despise you. This has nothing to do with you. It's me who can't get over the hurdle in my heart, not to mention that my engagement with Wang Yu, was forced by you. Qin Feiyong said. Wang Su said angrily, according to you, it's our fault? It is. Qin Feiyong pursed his lips. If these people didn't insist on his engagement with Wang Yu, would Wang Yu, have feelings for him? Chapter 1108. Bastard! If you hadn't done that kind of thing in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would we have let you get engaged? Wang Su was furious. He slammed his palm on the stone table and stood up angrily. Qin Feiyong said, "We didn't do anything in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." "Then do others know?" "Others only know that the two of you are lying on the bed and hugging each other." Wang Su shouted angrily. The Saint Peak Master frowned and said, "Ancestor Mu, as a man, you have to know how to be responsible. If you really break the engagement now, do you know how much damage it will do to you, Qin Feiyong was quite angry. What did he do wrong? Why did they all come to force him? Yes, he admitted that he had taken advantage of Wang Yu, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but that was because he was bewitched by Wang Yu's charm. If Wang Yu, hadn't taken the initiative to seduce him, would things have gotten to this point? Forget about that. After all, he was a man and had to be responsible. He was going to be the heartless person. For example, now that the news of him breaking the engagement spread, there would definitely be people scolding him behind his back, saying that he was an irresponsible and heartless person. He had paid the price. But these people were still holding on to it. What kind of logic was this? The Chief Tower Master glanced at everyone, and his eyes flashed slightly. He sighed and said, "Everyone, calm down a little. Now is not the time to pursue who is right and who is wrong. We have to quickly think of a way to quell the rumors outside." Wang Su returned to the stone bench and said helplessly, "The news has already spread. How can we quell it?" The Chief Tower Master said, "I have a way." "What way?" They looked at him suspiciously. The Chief Tower Master said, "Immediately pick a good day and hold the marriage of the two of them. This way, those rumors will naturally disappear." "Good idea." Gong Sunbei nodded. Wang Su pondered for a moment before standing up and saying, "All right, let's do that. I'll immediately get someone to arrange it." Qin Feiyong hurriedly said, "Wait, have you asked our client's opinion?" Gong Sunbei said, "There's no need to ask. You just have to be the bridegroom with peace of mind." Qin Feiyong clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger. The Sacred Pagoda Master glanced at Qin Feiyong, then at Wang Su and the Chief Pagoda Master. He frowned and said, "Father, Chief Pagoda Master, this is their life's most important matter. Isn't this too hasty? This old man has already made up his mind. No one is allowed to object." Wang Su waved his hand, then looked at Qin Feiyong and snorted coldly, "Brat, don't be greedy. If it weren't for the incident at the Longfeng Pavilion, this old man wouldn't have married my granddaughter to you. Also, to be able to marry my, Wang Su's, granddaughter is the accumulated merit of your ancestors. You should go and burn incense." With that, Wang Su opened the teleportation gate and strode in, not giving Qin Feiyong a chance to speak at all. The Saint Peak Master and the Saint Peak Master looked at each other and smiled helplessly before following in. Qin Feiyong looked at the dissipating portal and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the Chief Tower Master and said, "Master, this." The Chief Tower Master said, "Enough. Don't say anything. You are the one who caused this trouble. You have to face it. Go back and apologize to you, after all, you have to live together in the future." Qin Feiyong was extremely angry. He originally wanted to cut off all of this, but the result was the opposite of what he wanted. This time, it was really a big mess. He opened the portal and returned to the attic. He sat beside the tea table and lowered his head in contemplation. Marriage? Absolutely not. Because once his identity was exposed, both he and Wang Yu would fall into the abyss of pain. But what could he do now? Confess to Wang Yu No, it was too risky. If Wang Yu knew his identity and told the Chief Tower Master, then not to mention the five-colored crystal, even his life would be a problem. He had to get his hands on the five-colored crystal. Because Yanwei's million people were still waiting for him to save them. Sigh. A moment later, Qin Feiyong sighed helplessly. In fact, it was still the five-colored crystal. If he could get the five-colored crystal, why would he need to worry so much? Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar sounded outside. Qin Feiyong was taken aback. He got up and opened the door, only to see a beast floating in the air above the courtyard. Qin Feiyong had seen it before. It was the beast that stopped Chu Xian by the lake. The beast looked at Qin Feiyong and said in a muffled voice, "Someone came to Jingxin Lake to look for you." "Who?" Qin Feiyong was suspicious. The beast said, "I think it's Li Yan." What is she doing here? Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly thought of something. He shook his head and smiled. I know. Let her go back first. I will go to the cave to find her later. Okay. The beast nodded and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao and Wang Yu, Er's courtyard, closed the door, and took Fatso out of the castle, saying, I won't force you to do anything, understand? Understood. Fatso nodded and opened the portal to leave. The meaning of these words was quite obvious. If Li Yan really liked him, he could choose to be with Li Yan. For Li Yan, he could even leave Qin Feiyang and stay in the Central Divine Kingdom. However, in Fatso's heart, he had already made a choice. About an hour passed. Fatso came back, looking quite excited, but with a trace of helplessness. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said excitedly, do you know? This is the first time in Fat Lord's life that a woman took the initiative to confess. Li Yan confessed? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Did she really like this guy? Fatso lowered his head and said with a sad face, similarly, this is also the first time in Fat Lord's life that he rejected her. I don't even know where he found the courage to do so. Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder to comfort him. Fatso suddenly looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, Fat Lord has a request. Say it, Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, can you give Li Yan some pills? Sure, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Thank you. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully and then hung his head dejectedly. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He entered the ancient castle and refined 3 potential pills. 2 potential pills, 2 small creation pills, and 1 9 revolutions dragon blood pill. All of them had 7 pill patterns. Then, he put them in a jade box and left the ancient castle, handing them to Fatso. Fatso opened the teleportation gate again to look for Li Yan. Not long after, he returned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, now I feel relaxed. But what about you? If you don't think of a way, I'm afraid you'll really have to marry Wang Yu. The chief tower master and Wang Su had already steeled their hearts. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to follow their arrangements. I'm also having a headache. Qin Feiyang lowered his head weakly. How on earth would he be able to get his hands on this 5-colored crystal? I thought of someone. Fatso suddenly said. Who? Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted as he looked at Fatso. Miss Longfeng Pavilion. Fatso said. Her? Qin Feiyang frowned. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, all right, let's go find her. With that, Qin Feiyang stood up and sent Fatso to the ancient castle. Then, he opened the teleportation gate and directly descended into the room of the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion. The layout of the room was the same as before. In front of him was a curtain. Behind the curtain sat a hazy figure. The pleasant sound of a zither could be heard. Qin Feiyang's appearance did not stop the sound of the zither. Qin Feiyang did not disturb the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion. He sat on the only chair in the room and quietly listened to the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was like a high mountain and flowing water, purifying the soul. Unknowingly, the irritation in Qin Feiyang's heart gradually calmed down. About half an hour passed. The sound of the zither finally came to an end, and there was a burst of cheers outside. Young Master Qin, are you still upset? The voice of the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion also came from behind the curtain. It was a heavenly sound. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said with a faint smile, it seems that Miss has already expected that I would come. The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion smiled and said, I don't have the ability to foresee things like a god. It's purely a guess. Qin Feiyang said, regardless of whether it's a guess or a godly foresight, since I'm here today, you have to give me an explanation. What explanation? The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion asked. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as he said, aren't you asking the obvious? Back then at Cloud Mountain Range, then at Black Cloud Valley, your appearance, don't tell me it's a coincidence. That's right. The golden figure that appeared time and time again was this mysterious woman in front of him. It's not a coincidence. The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion was silent for a moment before replying. Qin Feiyang said, since it's not a coincidence, then how can you clearly grasp my whereabouts? The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion fell silent again. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. One had to know. Whether it was going to Cloud Mountain Range or Black Cloud Valley, he had used the teleportation gate to go there directly. If it was tracking, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, there must be some kind of mystery that he did not know about. No comment for the time being. After waiting for a long time, the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion finally replied. However, this reply almost made Qin Feiyong go berserk. I'll endure it. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath, calmed the anger in his heart, and said, "All right, tell me when you want to say it. Now, let me ask you a question." "What question?" the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion asked. Qin Feiyong waved his hand, his battle qi gushed out, condensing into a 5-colored crystal stone, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion smiled and said, "Isn't this your purpose in entering the main tower?" Hehe. Qin Feiyong laughed. "What are you laughing at?" The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion was suspicious. Qin Feiyong said, "So the person the mysterious madam is talking about is you." The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion was surprised. "All these years, I've been guessing your identity. I suspected that you might be a member of the Mu family, and I also suspected that you might be a member of the mysterious madam. And now, I can finally confirm that you are the person who will help me at the critical moment that the mysterious madam said." Qin Feiyong said. "How do you know?" the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion asked. "Because the people of the Mu family don't know that I'm here for the 5-colored crystal stone. They only think that I'm here to cooperate with them to snatch the heavenly dipper flame. So, if you're a member of the Mu family, it's impossible for you to know about this," Qin Feiyong said. The Miss of Longfeng Pavilion was silent for a while, then sighed. "I didn't expect that I would be tricked by you. It seems that I have to be more cautious when interacting with you." Chapter 1109. Qin Feiyong said, "Then can we be honest with each other now?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "I think I'm already honest enough." "You're honest?" Qin Feiyong scoffed and said indifferently, "I don't want to talk nonsense anymore. Let's get to the point. How can I get the 5-colored crystal as soon as possible? This matter can't be rushed." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house answered straightforwardly. Qin Feiyong said angrily, "You're not in a hurry, but I am. The Chief Tower Master and Wang Su are already choosing a date for me to marry Wang Yue. This is a good thing." Without waiting for Qin Feiyong to finish, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled. "A good thing?" Qin Feiyong raised his brows. "That's right. Wang Su's family has a very high status in the Chief Tower Master's heart. They can even be compared to his family. After you and Wang Yue get married, the Chief Tower Master will definitely completely relax his guard against you. At that time, your chances of snatching the 5-colored crystal will naturally be higher," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyong said solemnly, "You're asking me to take advantage of Wang Yue's feelings." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled faintly and said, "The Chief Tower Master is not an ordinary person. To deal with him, you have to use extreme methods." Qin Feiyong said, "This is your concept, not mine. I will never do such a thing. You're too stubborn." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house sighed. "This is not stubbornness, it's a matter of principle. At the very least, you can't hurt someone who likes you. This is the standard of being a person," Qin Feiyong said. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "What about Yan Wei's million clansmen? Don't you want to save them?" "Yes." Qin Feiyong nodded. It was because he wanted to save Yan Wei's clansmen that he entered the Chief Tower. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "Since you want to save them, then you have no choice but to do as I say." "No. I still have a choice." Qin Feiyong's gaze turned cold. "What choice?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was suspicious. Qin Feiyong said, "Give up on snatching the 5-colored crystal, confess my identity to the Chief Pagoda Master, and announce your relationship with the mysterious madam." The Miss of the Longfeng Pavilion said, "You're playing with fire and burning yourself." "Yes, I am playing with fire. You're definitely going to ask me if I don't care about Yan Wei's people anymore." "Yes, I don't care. Kill them if you can. But let me tell you, they will not die in vain, because I will make you pay. You're very strong now, And I am no match for you, but what about the future? Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a peerless genius, I am still confident. 10 years, I only need 10 years to crush all of you under my feet. Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly. Hearing these words, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion felt a chill in her heart, and a sense of fear that could not be resolved emerged in her heart. If it were someone else, she would definitely scoff. However, she did not dare to underestimate the person in front of her. Qin Feiyang sneered. Now answer me, are you afraid? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion remained silent, but the fear in her eyes could not be concealed. Although she did not spend much time with Qin Feiyang, she understood Qin Feiyang very well. In terms of talent, whether it was martial arts talent or alchemy talent, no one in the entire continent could compare to him. In terms of brains, even those old monsters who had lived for countless years would not be able to play with him. The most important thing was that he still had a life-saving ancient castle. No one had the ability to kill him in the cradle. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a potential enemy? If you're afraid, don't threaten me again in the future. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, implying that he was not someone to be trifled with. He then said, now tell me, how can I get the 5-colored crystal as soon as possible? I believe you will definitely have a way. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was silent for a moment, then sighed. Go back and wait for my news. I will make the arrangements. How long? Qin Feiyang asked. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, not too long. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply, then stood up and took out the image crystal. After establishing the contract bridge, he opened the teleportation gate. Also, don't make use of young master Hao's feelings for you. With that, Qin Feiyang entered the teleportation gate without looking back. After Qin Feiyang left, the eyes of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion flickered as she awakened the image crystal. Buzz. After more than 10 breaths, a phantom image appeared. It was an old man dressed in white with an ordinary appearance. There was a scar above his left eye, but he gave off an otherworldly aura. Teacher. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bowed respectfully. What's wrong? The old man asked hoarsely, his old face showing a trace of doting love for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, just now, Qin Feiyang came to look for me. The old man was stunned and asked, what did he say? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion explained what had happened in detail. Sigh, you were too careless. This child is a person who is very good at seizing opportunities. Now that he knows about your relationship with Madam, he has taken the initiative. It's very disadvantageous for us. The old man sighed. I'm sorry. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Forget it. I can't blame you for this. It's all that little fellow's fault for being too smart. The old man shook his head and smiled. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, then now we. The old man said, there's no other way. I'll go and make the arrangements. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said worriedly, what if your identity is exposed? As long as the plan is thorough, it shouldn't be. If it's really exposed, as long as I can get the 5-colored crystal, it's worth it. However, there's a need to inform Madam about this matter first. Send a message to Madam later and see if she has any thoughts. The old man said. Okay. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded. Calming Heart Lake. After returning to the pavilion, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the balcony and closed his eyes to cultivate. Time passed day by day. On the 3rd day, a piece of news spread in the Divine City. Gongsun announced in the Pill Pagoda's square that 5 days later, a wedding ceremony would be held for Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue. He also invited all the tyrants to be guests. How could this be? The moment the news came out, it instantly set off an unprecedented storm in the Central Divine Kingdom. While people were discussing fervently, they could not help but feel puzzled. Didn't Qin Feiyang just destroy the marriage contract a few days ago? Why was he suddenly getting married? Could it be that it was really as Gongsun said at that time, that Qin Feiyang was just joking with everyone? Father, mother, grandfather, Before you decide on this matter, shouldn't you at least discuss it with me? In a certain courtyard, Wang Yur looked at Wang Su and the other two sitting beside the coffee table with a face full of anger. The woman smiled and said, we're doing this for your own good. Wang Yur said, if the two of them are truly in love, I have nothing to say. But now, it's my wishful thinking. The woman said with a straight face, who said it's your wishful thinking? Ancestor Mu has never denied that he doesn't like you. Wang Yur said, he hasn't denied it, but can't you see what he's thinking? He doesn't want to marry me at all. It's not up to him. Wang Su snorted through his nose. Wang Yur said angrily, grandfather, you're old and muddle-headed. If you do this, we won't be happy. It will only make us suffer more. How dare you? Who are you talking to? Wang Su was also angry. Seeing Wang Su angry, the woman's expression changed slightly. She quickly got up, walked to Wang Yur, and said in a low voice, this marriage has been decided by your grandfather and the chief tower master. No one can change it. Don't make a fuss. Go back and be a good bride. Mother. Wang Yur was so anxious that tears were about to come out. The woman patted her shoulder and said with a smile, all right, don't say anything. Go back. Fine, you can do whatever you want. In any case, in your eyes, I'm just a puppet. I don't have any right to choose. Wang Yur shed tears of grievance, turned around, and ran out. Looking at Wang Yur's back, the woman could not bear it. She turned to look at Wang Su and said, Father, why don't we think about it again? Wang Su waved his hand and said, there's nothing to think about. Don't worry about it. Remember, it has to be grand. After all, I'm marrying my granddaughter. Sigh. Seeing that Wang Su had made up his mind, the couple looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Although they gave birth to their daughter, everything in the family was decided by the old man. There was nothing they could do. As for Wang Yur, she returned to Soothing Lake and looked at Qin Feiyong sitting on the balcony. She immediately felt indignant. Because of this matter, she was almost angry, but this guy was still in the mood to cultivate. Ancestor Mu, she shouted and landed in front of Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong opened his eyes and looked at Wang Yur suspiciously. Originally, he had a stomach full of anger, but when facing Qin Feiyong, Wang Yur didn't know what to say. Grandfather and Chief Pagoda Master have already decided to hold a wedding ceremony for us in 5 days. I want to look for them, but it was useless no matter what I said. If you really don't want to marry me, it's not too late to leave now. Finished. Wang Yur turned around and flew towards her courtyard. 5 days later. So fast. Qin Feiyong frowned, and then raised his head to look at Wang Yur's back, his emotions extremely complicated. You and I can only say that we are not fated to be together. A moment passed. Qin Feiyong sighed, got up and returned to the pavilion, taking out the image crystal. Buzz. The illusory image of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house appeared. Her face was still covered by a veil, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Qin Feiyong frowned. I will be marrying Wang Yur in 5 days. Haven't you arranged it yet? I was just about to look for you. At midnight, sneak into the Chief Pagoda Master's courtyard. You might find an opportunity. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Maybe? Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, Chief Pagoda Master is more shrewd than you think. I can't say 100% to you. Qin Feiyong looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and finally nodded after a while. All right, it's better to have a chance than not. I will be there on time at midnight. Then I'll wait for your good news. Also, if you really get the 5-colored crystal, you have to think of a way to hand it over to me immediately. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house warned. Qin Feiyong did not reply, directly turning off the image crystal and falling into deep thought. Chapter 11:10. One had to know. The cold ice flame was the key to opening the miracle. How precious was it? But back then, the mysterious lady gave it to him without even blinking. There were also perfect battle arts. The mysterious lady had given them no less than 10 perfect battle arts. Especially this concealment art. If he wasn't wrong, the concealment art should have been given to him by the mysterious lady. Although the concealment art wasn't a divine art, in terms of practicality, it was already comparable to a divine art. She was even willing to give him such a precious battle art, but now she was scheming to obtain the 5-colored crystal. Obviously, this 5-colored crystal was more valuable than anything else. But what was its value? Qin Feiyong couldn't figure it out. Time passed bit by bit. On this day, Qin Feiyong could be said to have felt like a year. Finally, dawn was approaching. Success or failure depends on this. Qin Feiyong looked out of the window at the moonlight. A determined light flashed across his eyes as he decisively opened the teleportation gate. Then, he activated the concealment art and entered the teleportation gate. The next moment, he descended outside the Chief Pagoda Master's courtyard. The waning moon hung high in the sky and the night was hazy. In the courtyard, Qin Feiyong didn't see the Chief Pagoda Master, but a window on the second floor of the pavilion emitted a weak candlelight. Qin Feiyong soared into the air and flew to the window. The window was half closed. Looking through the window, one could clearly see that the Chief Pagoda Master was sitting in front of his desk, holding an ancient book in his hand and quietly reading it. His entire body emitted a scholarly aura. Looking at the scene, perhaps no one would have thought that such a modest gentleman would actually be a selfish villain. It's dawn. Why isn't there any movement? Qin Feiyong looked at the moonlight and couldn't help but frown. The concealment art could only be maintained for an hour. Once the time was up, even if the Chief Pagoda Master took out the 5-colored crystal, he wouldn't be able to snatch it. Right. Where's the Spirit Snake Emperor? Qin Feiyong scanned the courtyard. Where was this guy hiding now? If something happened later, it might be implicated, so he had to find it first. However, he and the Spirit Snake Emperor were both in a hidden state and couldn't see each other. How could he find it? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If the Spirit Snake Emperor had really been monitoring the Chief Tower Master, then it should be here right now. Qin Feiyong looked at the window. The window was the best place to monitor the Chief Tower Master. For potted plants were placed on the windowsill. They were verdant and full of vitality. As expected, after careful observation, Qin Feiyong found the Phantom Snake Emperor among the green leaves of one of the potted plants. The Spirit Snake Emperor had shrunk to the size of a strand of hair, and its skin had become one with the green leaves. If one did not look for it deliberately, it would be impossible to find it. Qin Feiyong carefully reached out and grabbed the Spirit Snake Emperor. The sudden change startled the Spirit Snake Emperor. It thought that its whereabouts had been exposed. "Sure, it's me." Qin Feiyong hurriedly transmitted his voice. The Spirit Serpent Emperor was taken aback. It immediately glared at Qin Feiyong and said angrily, "You scared me to death." Qin Feiyong teased, "When did you become so timid?" "Nonsense. Why don't you take a look at where you are now?" The Spirit Serpent Emperor glared at him and asked, "Why did you suddenly come here?" Qin Feiyong said, "Something might happen later." "What's going on?" The Spirit Serpent Emperor was surprised. "I'm not sure either." Qin Feiyong shook his head. "If you're not sure, why did you come here?" The Spirit Serpent Emperor was speechless. Boom. However, before it could finish its words, a terrifying Emperor's aura suddenly descended on the courtyard. Qin Feiyong was shocked. He hurriedly brought the Spirit Serpent Emperor out of the courtyard and stood behind a big tree. Immediately, he saw a black figure standing in the sky above the courtyard. Through the hazy moonlight, he could vaguely see that the black figure was wearing a black mask that covered its face. "Who's there?" Almost at the next moment, the Chief Tower Master's voice rang out in the pavilion. Then, with a flash, the Chief Tower Master appeared in the sky above the courtyard and stood in the air with the black figure. "Hand over the divine crystals," the black figure said coldly. It was like the voice of the Grim Reaper, without the slightest emotion. "Divine crystals." Hearing these two words, the Chief Tower Master's eyes trembled. He shouted, "Who are you? How do you know about the divine crystals?" Boom. The black figure did not answer and directly attacked. He threw a punch at the Chief Tower Master. Battle chi surged, shocking the surroundings. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Chief Tower? A violent roar rang out. shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, streams of light flew into the sky from all corners of the sacred ground. Each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. There was Gongsun. There was the second grandpa of the Mu family, Lu Xingfeng. There was Wang Yuer's parents. There was also Wang Su. In short, all the experts of the sacred ground rushed toward the Chief Tower Master's courtyard at this moment. The terrifying aura shook the sky. Damn, there are at least 1,000 Combat Emperor auras. The Spirit Serpent Emperor's pupil shrank. It was full of fear. The strength of the Chief Tower can't be underestimated. No wonder even the Mu family doesn't dare to go against the Chief Tower openly. Qin Feiyang mumbled. This was also the first time he had seen the true strength of the Chief Tower. At the same time, seeing that the black figure had attacked in the Chief Tower, the Chief Tower Master was furious. His aura changed greatly in an instant. If he was a modest gentleman before, then he was now a true ruler of the world. Boom! His eyes shone like two bright moons. He did not dodge at all and slammed his palm toward the black figure. In an instant, when their palms collided, a destructive shockwave rolled out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The courtyard below was instantly turned into ashes. Not good. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He hurriedly brought the Spirit Serpent Emperor into the castle. Just as he stepped into the castle, the shockwave roared toward him. Everywhere it went, everything was like ants. They could not withstand a single blow and were turned into ashes. Fortunately, there was no one living near the Chief Tower Master. Otherwise, this attack would be enough to kill anyone. At the same time, the Chief Tower Master and the black figure both took a few steps back. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. The Chief Tower Master lowered his head and looked at the mess below. He looked up at the black figure and said in a deep voice, 9-star Combat Emperor, who are you? Cut the crap. I want the divine crystals. The black figure shouted. His words were as sharp as a blade, sonorous and powerful. Do you think you are qualified to covet the divine crystals? The Chief Tower Master's body shook and a vast aura broke out from his body. Moreover, within this pressure, there was actually a terrifying divine might. The black figure's pupils shrank. He turned around and flew away without hesitation. He was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What happened? Why does his aura contain divine aura? Has he broken through to the false god realm? Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Serpent Emperor came out of the castle. When they felt the aura of the Chief Tower Master, the Spirit Serpent Emperor's eyes were filled with fear. No, he has not broken through to the false god realm. He must have mastered some kind of divine skill. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Divine skill. The Spirit Serpent Emperor's eyes trembled. It was no wonder that the black figure had turned around and fled. Whoosh! At this moment, Gongsun and the others flew through the air and landed in front of the Chief Tower Master. They were all concerned. The Chief Tower Master said in a deep voice, I'm fine. Gongsun and Wang Su, stay here. The rest of you, bring people to lock down the Divine City and check if there are any suspicious people. Yes! The Peak Master of St. Peak and the others responded respectfully. They then opened the portal and left. Gongsun frowned and said, My lord, who is it? The Chief Tower Master restrained his aura and said in a low voice, I did not see clearly. His aura is also very strange. He is here for the divine crystals. What? Gongsun and Wang Su were shocked. Divine crystals? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was stunned and asked, could the divine crystals be the 5-colored crystal? It's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. After Wang Su came back to his senses, he looked at the Chief Tower Master and said in surprise, only the people at the top of our Chief Tower know about the divine crystals. Could this person be someone from our Chief Tower? Gongsun and the Chief Tower Master looked at each other and lowered their heads, their eyebrows tightly furrowed. The Chief Tower Master's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the two and said, Go and check if anyone has left before. Okay. The two nodded and turned around to go deeper into the sacred land. The Chief Tower Master also turned in the air and flew in another direction. Qin Feiyang also immediately soared into the sky and silently chased after the Chief Pagoda Master. If he guessed correctly, that black figure was definitely arranged by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young lady. However, he did not understand such an arrangement, because it was the same as alerting the enemy. Following the Chief Tower Master, a courtyard soon entered Qin Feiyong's sight. The courtyard was not big and looked a bit old, but it was very clean. This was another residence of the Chief Tower Master. The Chief Tower Master landed in the courtyard and went straight into the attic and closed the door. Qin Feiyong also landed in front of the loft with the Phantom Snake Emperor. He looked inside through the tiny crack in the door. However, the gap was too small and he could only see a little bit of the hall. He could not see the Chief Tower Master. No, I have to think of a way to go in. Qin Feiyong took a few steps back and looked up at the attic. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the second floor's balcony. The door on the balcony was open. Shua! Without hesitation, he jumped up and landed on the balcony. Don't make a sound. Letting out a long sigh, Qin Feiyong instructed the Spirit Serpent Emperor in his mind. Then, without touching the ground, he entered the pavilion and walked up the stairs to the hall on the first floor. Immediately, he saw the Chief Tower Master sitting next to the tea table with a gloomy face. What is he thinking? Spirit Serpent Emperor asked suspiciously. Don't talk, just watch. Qin Feiyong stared at it. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, the motionless Chief Tower Master raised his arm and flipped his hand. A multicolored crystal appeared in his hand. That's it. The Phantom Snake Emperor was excited. Qin Feiyong's eyes were also shining. But suddenly, he was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I understand. What do you understand? Chapter 11:11. Qin Feiyong muttered, the Black Shadow's purpose. What purpose? The more the Spirit Snake Emperor listened, the more puzzled it became. Previously, I was wondering why the Black Shadow did this. Isn't this alerting the enemy? But now, seeing the Chief Pagoda Master take out the five-colored crystal, I finally understand that he wants to alert the enemy. Because no matter who it is, they will have an instinct and habit. For example, now that the Chief Pagoda Master knows that the Black Shadow is here for the five-colored crystal, he will definitely take out the five-colored crystal to check it out. And this is the opportunity he created for us. Qin Feiyong transmitted his voice. The Spirit Snake Emperor said, You mean, the Black Shadow did it on purpose? Yes. Rather than alerting the enemy, it's more like luring the snake out of its hole. This young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is not simple. She has seen through the nature of human nature. Qin Feiyong secretly sighed. The Spirit Snake Emperor urged, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. After working so hard for so long, wasn't it all for this? You are more anxious than me. Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes. The Spirit Snake Emperor said, Nonsense, you have been guarding the Chief Pagoda Master every day. If it were you, wouldn't you want to end it sooner? Qin Feiyong shook his head and smiled. Then, he held his breath and carefully walked toward the Chief Pagoda Master. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, he walked to the Chief Pagoda Master and was only 1 meter away from him. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyong or the Spirit Snake Emperor, they all stopped breathing and closed their pores. They were extremely nervous. This was because the person in front of them was a 9-star combat emperor who had mastered a divine art. If they were discovered, not only would they not be able to get the 5-colored crystal, they might even lose their lives here. Hurry up! Seeing that Qin Feiyong did not make a move, the Spirit Snake Emperor anxiously shouted. Looking at Qin Feiyong again, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Dong! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The Chief Pagoda Master turned his head and asked, Who is it? It's us. Gong Sunbei's voice sounded outside. Come in. The Chief Pagoda Master nodded and prepared to put away the 5-colored crystal. We can't delay any longer. Qin Feiyong gritted his teeth, stepped forward, grabbed the 5-colored crystal, and rushed to the 2nd floor like lightning. Chief Pagoda Master stared blankly at his palm. Where were the divine crystals? How could he just watch as he disappeared? Creak! Gong Sunbei and Wang Su pushed open the door. Who? Get the hell out here. It was also at this moment. The chief pagoda master suddenly stood up. His aura erupted, and the pavilion was instantly razed to the ground. Unveil and his companion were caught off guard and were sent flying as well. Blood flowed out of their mouths. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. What was going on? At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who had just run to the balcony on the second floor and was about to leave, was also forced to reveal his true form under the terrifying aura. Furthermore, like Wang Su, he was sent flying on the spot. But the situation was worse than Wang Su and his companion. Although Wang Su and his companion were also sent flying, they were unprepared. In terms of strength, Gong Sunbei might be a little weaker, but Wang Su was not weaker than the chief pagoda master. And Qin Feiyang was only a 4-star battle saint. How could he be unscathed in the face of the chief pagoda master's aura? Not only were his internal organs shattered, but his body was also badly mutilated. Even his qi was shattered. The heart-wrenching pain struck every nerve in his body, and his consciousness was fainting. Finally, with a bang, like a meteorite, he smashed into a forest in the distance. But in his hand, he held the 5-colored crystal tightly. What? It's actually purple gold blood? The chief pagoda master also noticed Qin Feiyang at the first moment. However, because all of this happened too quickly, he didn't see Qin Feiyang's true appearance. He only saw the purple gold dragon blood on Qin Feiyang's body. But it was this purple gold dragon blood that made his body and mind tremble. His face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Gong Sunbei and his companion steadied their bodies and looked at the small forest in the distance. Then, they looked at the chief pagoda master and asked, what happened? The chief pagoda master didn't answer and scanned the ground. Soon, he found a large amount of purple gold dragon blood on the ground not far away. Swish! He took a step forward and landed on the ground. He squatted on the ground and observed closely. There's dragon power. It's indeed purple gold dragon blood. The next moment, he suddenly stood up and his eyes were filled with coldness. How is this possible? This is purple gold dragon blood. Wang Su and Gong Sunbei came over to take a look. Their expressions changed instantly. Obviously, they also knew the secret of the purple gold dragon blood. Gong Sunbei asked in surprise, "My lord, what happened?" The chief pagoda master said, "The divine crystal was stolen, and this person should be a descendant of the Qin emperor." What? Their expressions changed greatly. At the same time, in the small forest, there was a huge deep pit. Qin Feiyang was lying inside, dripping with blood. His eyes were closed as if he had fainted, and his breath was extremely weak. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes and shook his dizzy head. His face was filled with fear. Too strong. It was just an aura, and it almost killed him. Was a 9-star combat emperor so terrifying? But the next moment, his expression changed and he roared, "Spirit Snake Emperor, where are you? Come out quickly." "Stop shouting, I'm not dead yet." The Spirit Snake Emperor's weak voice sounded behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang struggled to get up. The pain all over his body made him grimace. But he couldn't care less about the pain now. He quickly turned around and looked at the Spirit Snake Emperor. When he saw the Spirit Snake Emperor's condition, he was stunned. The Spirit Snake Emperor was lying on the ground. Its body was also covered in wounds, but its small eyes didn't show any obvious signs of weakness. This was strange. One had to know. The Spirit Snake Emperor's cultivation was lower than his. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and hid behind you in time, so I wasn't hit by the aura. Otherwise, with my cultivation, I would have died long ago. It's too scary. I don't want to see him again in this lifetime. The Spirit Snake Emperor got up, its eyes filled with fear. "I'm afraid it won't be as you wish," Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had already sensed that the Chief Pagoda Master's aura was approaching. However, as long as the Spirit Snake Emperor was not dead, it was fine. Otherwise, he would feel guilty and blame himself for the rest of his life. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures broke through the air and landed above the deep pit. "It's you, Ancestor Mu." When they saw Qin Feiyang's true appearance, the chief pagoda master and the other two were once again in disbelief. Yes, it's me. Qin Feiyong raised his head and looked at the three of them, nodding. Now that the five-colored crystal was in his hands, there was no need to hide it anymore. Why? Wang Su roared. Qin Feiyong looked at the five-colored crystal and smiled faintly. I entered the chief pagoda for this. What? For the divine crystal? So, you're really using young master Hao and you, Gong Sunbei shouted. Yes. Qin Feiyong nodded. As long as he admitted it now, Wang Yu, would definitely give up on him completely. This is too much. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Wang Su was furious. Old Wang, wait. The chief pagoda master reached out and stopped Wang Su. He looked at Qin Feiyong and said, How do you know about the divine crystal? Who are you to the Qin Emperor? What's your relationship with that black shadow just now? The Qin Emperor is my ancestor. As for my true identity, I believe you should be able to guess it now. As for how I know about the divine crystal and that black shadow, I have no comment. Qin Feiyong said. You can guess it? The three of them frowned. Suddenly, Gong Sunbei's eyes trembled as he exclaimed, You're Qin Feiyong? Qin Feiyong smiled and said, Brother Gongsun, you're smart. It's you. You've hidden it well. The chief pagoda master said word by word as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Thank you for the compliment. You're not bad yourself. On the surface, you asked me to be your disciple, but you secretly sent someone to kill me. Qin Feiyong sneered. Wang Su raised his eyebrows and said, Don't slander me. When did the chief pagoda master send someone to kill you? Old Wang, you still don't know? When I accompanied young master Hao and Wang Yu to Azure Sea, he sent a 7-star combat emperor to assassinate me. I don't know the name of the 7-star combat emperor, but you definitely know him. He's an old man with only one arm. Qin Feiyong said. Old man? One arm. Wang Su was stunned. He turned to look at the chief pagoda master and asked, Is he talking about the deputy master of the Oracle Palace, one-armed? Or the deputy master of the Oracle Palace? Qin Feiyong was stunned. He looked at the chief pagoda master and said, Not bad, not bad. He's a big fish. Unfortunately, he died like this. For the chief pagoda, it should be a big loss, right? Shut up. Wang Su shouted at Qin Feiyong. He looked at the chief pagoda master and asked, Is this true? It's not important anymore. The chief pagoda master replied expressionlessly. He looked at Qin Feiyong and said, Hand over the divine crystals immediately. Do you think it's possible? Qin Feiyong said lightly. At the same time, he was also thinking of a way to escape. Entering the ancient castle could only temporarily hide. Therefore, he didn't hide in the ancient castle immediately. He wanted to escape quickly. But he didn't expect that not only did he fail to escape, he almost lost his life. And now, his whereabouts had been exposed and he was seriously injured. It seemed that there was no other way. In front of this lord, nothing is impossible. The chief pagoda master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Qin Feiyong. He raised his arm and slapped toward Qin Feiyong's head. The scene of Qin Feiyong's blood splattering on the spot was already formed in his mind. Is that so? If I want to leave, it can be said that no one in the Forgotten Continent can stop me. The corners of Qin Feiyong's mouth curled up as he disappeared with the Phantom Serpent Emperor and the five-colored crystal. Bastard! The chief pagoda master was furious. He slammed his palm on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Gong Sunbei frowned and cupped his hands. Sir, please calm down. This subordinate has heard of the treasure he's hiding in. It can't be moved. As long as we guard here, he won't be able to escape. The chief pagoda master took a deep breath and withdrew his arm. He said in a deep voice, Call Lu Xingfeng here. Call him here for what? Gong Sunbei was suspicious. The chief pagoda master said he was the one who introduced Qin Feiyong to the chief pagoda. He's definitely Qin Feiyong's accomplice. There was a murderous intent in his tone that could not be dispelled. Understood. Chapter 11-12. Buzz. After a while, Lu Xingfeng's shadow appeared. Gong Sunbei asked, Where are you now? Lu Xingfeng said, I'm outside tracking that shadow. Gong Sunbei said, put this matter aside for the time being and come to my place. Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Xingfeng nodded. At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyong had also taken a healing pill and a spirit sea pill, and his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Phantom Snake Emperor was also recuperating. Wolf King, Fatso, and the others were gathered together, curiously observing the five-colored crystal. Yanwei suddenly said, have you noticed that this divine crystal seems to contain a wisp of divine power? Divine power? Everyone was stunned and carefully sensed it. Soon, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. The divine crystal was colorful like a gem, extremely dazzling. The divine crystal also emitted a mysterious aura, but if one looked carefully, they would find that this aura was somewhat similar to the aura that Qin Feiyong revealed when he used the divine art. Lu Hong looked up at Qin Feiyong and asked, do you think this is a divine artifact? Divine artifact? Qin Feiyong was stunned. Although I don't know if this is a divine artifact or not, this thing is definitely an incredible treasure, little Qin Zi. Why don't we? Wolf King's eyes glowed green. The implication was obvious, to encourage Qin Feiyong to take the divine crystal. Hearing this, Fatso, Viper, and Dan Wangcai's eyes also rolled. Seeing this, Yanwei was anxious and shouted, this divine crystal is related to the lives of millions of my clansmen. You can't do this. Old Yen, we understand your feelings. But if this is really a divine artifact, it's too much of a loss for us to just give it away like this. Fatso said. That's right. In terms of value, your million clansmen simply cannot be compared to a divine object. Wolf King nodded. This, Yanwei was burning with anxiety. He turned to look at Qin Feiyong with pleading eyes. Haha, looking at Yanwei's expression, Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Fatso was speechless. Old Yan, we were just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Joking. Yanwei was stunned. Yeah, now that we are a family, your clansmen are our clansmen. How can we not save them? Fatso rolled his eyes at him. Ugh. Yanwei was stunned, then he smiled helplessly. He really had to hand it to these people to joke about this kind of thing. Fatso continued solemnly, however, the divine crystals indeed cannot be handed over to Miss Longfeng. Yanwei was suspicious. Think about it, if we give it to her now, what if the mysterious lady changes her mind? So, we have to find her first and exchange it with her face to face. Fatso said. Makes sense. Yanwei nodded. The mysterious lady was too mysterious. They had to be wary. All right, don't waste time. Go into seclusion. Qin Feiyong snatched the five-colored crystal and walked to the altar. He cut his finger and used his blood to open the iron box of the six-word formula. Then, he placed the five-colored crystal inside the iron box. Because there was no place safer than here. The pangolin looked at Qin Feiyong and sighed. Now that we are trapped in the main tower, how can we be in the mood to go into seclusion? Yeah, this is a prison. If no one helps, we can't get out at all. Viper and Dan Wangcai were worried. They never thought that this group of people would be so bold as to snatch something from the main tower master. Isn't this like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth? Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyong not only had all kinds of peerless divine pills, but he was also the direct disciple of the main tower master. They thought that following him would definitely be able to reach the peak of life. But they didn't expect that this was a pirate ship. However, Qin Feiyong's face didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Instead, there was a trace of a smile. You can still smile? Do you know what the situation is now? Everyone looked at him with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, we'll be fine. You guys can rest assured. Everyone was surprised. The divine crystal is in my hands. The mysterious lady won't let me die. She will definitely find a way to save me. As for that Lu Xingfeng, I can't help but pray for him now. Qin Feiyong joked. The Mu family has used us for so long. It's time for them to pay the price. Lu Hong snorted. Her eyes flashed coldly. In the blink of an eye, outside, Lu Xingfeng came. Looking at the broken ground in front of him, his eyes were full of surprise. Isn't that the purple gold dragon blood? Could it be that Qin Feiyang has been here? Suddenly, he noticed the purple gold dragon blood in the big pit, and the surprise in his heart grew stronger. Back then, when Qin Feiyang's bloodline returned to its ancestral state, Mu Qin, the Mu family's first ancestor, the second ancestor, and Yiglao were all present. So as Mu Qing's second grandfather, an important figure in the Mu family, of course he would know. Lu Xingfeng. The main tower master jumped up and landed beside Wang Su, looking at Lu Xingfeng. Subordinate is here. Lu Xingfeng shuddered and hurriedly bowed. The main tower master said, I ask you, why did you recommend Ancestor Mu to enter the main tower? How did you get to know him? Why do you ask? And this question, subordinate has answered before. It's because I saw his talent and felt that he was a talent, so I let him enter the main tower. Lu Xingfeng hurriedly said. He couldn't help but feel nervous. The main tower master suddenly asked this. It definitely wasn't on a whim. Talent? The main tower master was so angry that he laughed and nodded. Yes, he is indeed a talent. He even dared to scheme against me. Who else can be more capable than him? Scheme? Lu Xingfeng's eyes trembled and hurriedly said, Master, did something happen? Don't play dumb with me. The main tower master stepped forward and grabbed Lu Xingfeng's neck. His face looked extremely ferocious as he shouted, Tell me the truth, how many of you are hiding in my main tower? Lu Xingfeng was scared silly. What was going on? Gong Sunbei suddenly thought of something. He cupped his hands and said, Sir, I suddenly remembered that there was someone called Qin Dai. Back then, he took me to find Qin Feiyang's parents. I think this was also a trap set by them. Hearing this, Lu Xingfeng's face changed greatly. What do you mean? The main tower master frowned. Gong Sunbei said, I mean, the two people I saw shouldn't be Qin Feiyang's biological parents. Damn it. The main tower master was furious and shouted, Then what are you waiting for? Go and catch that Qin Dai for me now. Yes. Gong Sunbei nodded, opened the portal and walked in. What happened? Lu Xingfeng's mind was in a mess. Why would all of this be exposed out of the blue? Could it be Qin Feiyang betrayed them? But that's not right. If Qin Feiyang really betrayed them, then the main tower master must have known his true identity, and he wouldn't ask so many questions now. However, no matter what the reason was, Mu Qin couldn't be caught by Gong Sunbei. Qin Dai, your identity has been exposed, run. Lu Xingfeng suddenly roared to the sky. His voice was like a bell, spreading in all directions. His roar reverberated in the air above the main tower. He didn't call out Mu Qing's real name because he was afraid of implicating the Mu family. You guys are indeed in cahoots. The main tower master clenched his hands and slapped Lu Xingfeng's chest. Lu Xingfeng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out, slamming into the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth. But he didn't escape. And he didn't resist. Because he knew that in front of the main tower master, he had no power to resist at all. As long as Mu Qin could hear his voice, it would be fine. Qin Dai? Identity rage? What does this mean? At this moment, everyone in the tower was alarmed, and their faces were filled with suspicion. At the same time, Pill Tower, in a certain alchemy room, this is the voice of Second Grandpa. Mu Qing sat at the coffee table in the lounge, drinking tea leisurely. But when he heard Lu Xingfeng's roar, his body trembled, and the teacup in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. Others didn't know what this sentence meant, but he knew very well. He also couldn't figure out why his identity was suddenly exposed. Before he could think about it, he hurriedly opened the portal and entered without looking back. As soon as he left, Gong Sunbei descended above the Pill Tower and hollered, Does anyone know which alchemy room Qin Dai is in? A disciple asked Lord Gongsun, Are you talking about Qin Dai who is very close to Ancestor Mu? Yes. Gong Sunbei nodded. The disciple said, He seems to be in the first tower. Go ask Pei Yi. Gong Sunbei turned into a ray of light and entered the first tower at lightning speed. He stood at the bottom of the well and said, Pei Yi, come out and see me. The stone doors opened one after another, and the disciples of the various alchemy rooms scurried out, staring at Gong Sunbei in bewilderment. Pei also came out of the first alchemy room and said, "Greetings, Lord." Gongsunbei leaped up and landed in front of Pei. He asked, "Which alchemy room is Qin Dai in?" Pei answered truthfully, "I remember that he seems to be in the 9th alchemy room." "Why are you looking for him, Lord?" Gongsunbei did not answer. Instead, he glanced at the numbers on the stone doors and took a step forward. He landed in front of the 9th alchemy room and smashed the stone door open. However, the alchemy room was already empty. Gongsunbei glanced at the alchemy room and walked into the lounge. He stood in front of the coffee table and looked at the teacup that had fallen onto the ground. He then touched the teapot and his face grew sullen. He immediately opened the portal and left. "Senior brother Pei, what's going on? Is there something wrong with Qin Dai?" Some disciples looked at Pei in puzzlement. "I don't know either." Pei shook his head and stared at the 9th alchemy room with a frown. He had a hunch that tonight would not be peaceful. Gongsunbei. He appeared beside the master of the pill tower and immediately said, "Lord, I'm late." The teapot is still warm. He must have heard Lu Xingfeng's voice and fled. Lu Xingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. He could die, but Mu Qing could not. Chapter 11:13. Boom. The chief pagoda master released his aura, imprisoning Lu Xingfeng, and then said to the void, "Qin Feiyong, if you want Lu Xingfeng's life, come out now." "Qin Feiyong is really here?" Lu Xingfeng was surprised. What did this little bastard do to expose his identity? However, after waiting for a while, Qin Feiyong did not appear. The chief pagoda master was furious and shouted, "Do you think I don't dare to kill him?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a ray of battle chi flew out, like a sharp blade, cutting off Lu Xingfeng's legs on the spot. Lu Xingfeng lay on the ground, screaming in pain, his old face twisted. He looked up at the chief pagoda master and roared, "It's useless. Even if you kill me, he won't appear, because he doesn't care about my life or death." The chief pagoda master, of course, did not believe Lu Xingfeng's words, because he had already determined that Lu Xingfeng and Qin Feiyong were in cahoots. Boom. At this time, 3 powerful auras descended above the 4 of them. They were 3 old men. They were over 50 years old, with white hair. But the aura they exuded was unfathomable. If Qin Feiyong was here, he would definitely recognize that these 3 were the guardians of the land of inheritance. One of them looked ordinary, with a scar above his left eye. He was the one who secretly helped Qin Feiyong. Greetings to the 3 ancestors. Seeing the 3 appear, the chief pagoda master, Wang Su, and Gongsunbei all bowed. One of the old men glanced at the messy ground and frowned. "What happened? Why is it like this?" The chief pagoda master said truthfully, "The divine crystal was stolen by Qin Feiyong." "What? Qin Feiyong? Why is he in the chief pagoda? And the divine crystal, haven't you been keeping it with you? How could it be stolen by him?" The 3 were furious. This little bastard stole the divine crystal. At the same time, Lu Xingfeng's face was also full of disbelief. It was obvious. He also knew the secret of the divine crystals. Facing the anger of the 3 old men, the chief tower master was like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head and remained silent. "Hurry up and tell me," the old man with the scar above his left eye shouted. Not long ago, a black shadow suddenly broke into the main tower and wanted to snatch the divine crystals. In the end, I drove him away. I thought this matter was over for the time being. After I came here, I took out the divine crystal to check. But I didn't expect that Qin Feiyong had been hiding in the dark all this time and stole it when I wasn't paying attention. The chief tower master said, "Bastard! This is clearly luring the snake out of its hole. You can't even see this. I really don't know what's in your head." The scarred old man shouted angrily. The chief pagoda master's eyes trembled. "Ancestors, you can't blame His Excellency for this. It's Qin Feiyong who concealed himself too well. You might not know about his other identity. His other identity is ancestor adoration. And as far as I know, he also has a battle art that can make him invisible. When he snatched the divine crystals, he should have used this battle art." Gongsunbei said. "What did you say?" Ancestor admiration is Qin Feiyang? They had heard of it before. The three old men were surprised. Yes, Gong Sunbei nodded. The three old men looked at each other. After recovering, the scarred old man asked, "What about that black shadow? Did you find him?" Gong Sunbei, Wang Su, and I just discussed it. We think that only the upper echelons of our main tower know about the divine crystals. So, we all suspect that there might be a mole among us. The chief tower master said. The scarred old man shouted, "Then go investigate." I just asked Gong Sunbei and Old Wang to investigate. The chief tower master looked at Gong Sunbei and asked, "How is the investigation?" Gong Sunbei shook his head and said, "We've investigated. Anyone who knows about the divine crystals was in the cave residence at that time. That's impossible. Who else knows about the divine crystals besides the people of our main tower?" The chief tower master frowned. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Xingfeng and said in a deep voice, "Qin Feiyang and that black shadow should be together. Tell me, who is he?" "I don't know." Lu Xingfeng shook his head. "It seems that you won't cry until you're in the coffin." The chief tower master's eyes were cold. Lu Xingfeng wanted to cry. He really didn't know who that black shadow was. He was also very puzzled. Wait, that black shadow couldn't have been sent by that mysterious woman, right? Thinking of this, he shuddered. That was truly a possibility. After all, only that mysterious madam had the best relationship with Qin Feiyang. The scarred old man pointed at Lu Xingfeng and asked, "What's the matter with him?" Gong Sunbei said, "Ancestor, this person is also Qin Feiyang's accomplice. He was the one who introduced Qin Feiyang to the main tower. Then why are we still keeping him?" The scarred old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pointed his index finger in the air and battle chi surged at his fingertip. Lu Xingfeng's face was suddenly filled with fear and despair. Was he really going to die? It was not worth it to die like this. Gong Sunbei hurriedly said, "Ancestor, wait. We can't kill this person yet. We still need to use him to force Qin Feiyang to submit." The scarred old man said coldly, "Qin Feiyang hasn't come out yet. Do you think he's valuable?" Finished. Battle chi gushed out from his fingertip and instantly entered between Lu Xingfeng's eyebrows. A bloody hole appeared and blood spurted out like a fountain. With a bang, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with hatred. This was hatred towards Qin Feiyang. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang stealing the divine crystal and exposing everything, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. So he hated. After killing Lu Xingfeng, the scarred old man looked at the chief tower master and the other two and snorted, "I don't need to tell you the importance of the divine crystal. So no matter what, you have to get it back for me." "Yes." The three of them nodded respectfully. Then the three old men turned around and left. Gong Sunbei looked at the chief tower master and Wang Su and asked, "Master, Elder Wang, what should we do now?" The chief tower master shouted, "What else can we do? Guard here. I don't believe he can hide here forever. I'm not thinking about the divine crystal now. I'm thinking about how and you are. If they know about this, you can imagine how sad they will be." Wang Su sighed. "This is a lesson. Let's see if they dare to trust someone so easily in the future," the chief tower master said gloomily. Then he rose into the air and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Wang Su looked at Gong Sunbei and said, "You watch carefully. I'll go to the soothing lake. They'll know sooner or later anyway. Why don't we tell them now?" "Okay." Gong Sunbei nodded. Glancing at the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared, Wang Su sighed and opened a portal to leave. Why did it have to be like this? Gong Sunbei muttered, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was asking Qin Feiyang who was in the castle. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang appeared at the bottom of the deep pit. He looked up at Gong Sunbei and said, "I didn't want it to be like this, but there are some things. Just like you following the chief tower master, I have no choice. If it weren't for Yan Wei's clansmen, how could he not want to live in peace?" Gong Sunbei lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He didn't use his pressure to imprison Qin Feiyang, nor did he attack Qin Feiyang. He just watched quietly. After a while, he sighed deeply and turned his head, saying, "You can go." Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Chief Tower Master and Wang Su are drowning in anger, but I'm not. You gave young Master Hao and Wang Yu, or those medicinal pills. It's enough to show that you still have feelings for them. Of course, this is only one aspect. Another aspect is that you're the descendant of the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor has done a great favor for the Forgotten Continent. Letting you go today can be considered as repaying this favor. Gong Sunbei said. Qin Feiyang was startled and asked, what favor? A great favor. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a statue of him in the land of inheritance. There's no time to talk about this now. Let's go. I hope you never come back, because the next time we meet, we'll be enemies. I won't show mercy. Gong Sunbei said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang bowed. This was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and hatred, and was worthy of respect. Immediately, with a thought, Yanwei came out of the castle. Qin Feiyang whispered something in Yanwei's ear, and Yanwei opened a teleportation gate. The two were about to enter the teleportation gate. Gong Sunbei suddenly said, wait, I've heard of your name. Can you let me see your true appearance now? Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and put it into his mouth. His face and figure immediately changed. Very quickly, a handsome face appeared in Gong Sunbei's line of sight. His facial features were well-defined, as if they were carved by a knife. His dark eyes were like black gemstones without any impurities, looking extremely deep. His 7-foot body was tall and straight like an iron pine, filled with a masculine aura. After so many years, he had long since shed the immaturity and naivety of his youth. He had become more mature and steady. Although he wasn't very handsome, he exuded a unique charm from head to toe, making people unable to help but take a few more glances at him. Gong Sunbei sized up Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, you really look like the Qin Emperor. Qin Feiyang said, you've seen him. Gong Sunbei shook his head and said, when he roamed the world, I wasn't born yet. How could I have seen him? I've only seen his statue. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and didn't stay any longer. He walked into the teleportation gate with Yanwei. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate also quickly disappeared. Sigh. Gong Sunbei retracted his gaze and looked at the waning moon in the night sky. He let out a weak sigh, then sat cross-legged on the ground, staring intently at the deep pit. He would pretend that Qin Feiyang's departure didn't happen. He would continue to follow orders and guard. At the same time, on the other side, there was a small forest. Behind a small tree, there was a black shadow standing there. He had no aura at all, like a ghost, hiding in the darkness, watching Gong Sunbei from afar. I originally wanted to take action and rescue Qin Feiyang, but I didn't expect Gong Sunbei to let him go. Behind the Chief Pagoda Master's back, letting Qin Feiyang go. Gong Sunbei, what kind of person are you? A moment later. Chapter 11-14. At the same time, Mu Jia. In a certain hall, Mu Jia's lord leaned on the upper seat and looked at Mu Qing, who suddenly appeared. He asked suspiciously, why did you suddenly come back? Mu Qing said anxiously, go and save second grandpa. Mu Jia's lord froze. He sat up straight and looked at Mu Qing with a frown. Second grandpa is in danger. Mu Qing roared. What danger? Lord Mu was surprised. I don't know. Just now, I suddenly heard his roar, saying that my identity was exposed and told me to run away immediately. If it wasn't for an emergency, he definitely wouldn't have done this. Hurry up and think of a way. Second grandpa must be in danger now. Mu Qing urged, her heart burning with anxiety. Lord Mu suddenly got up. His face was gloomy like water. He said in a deep voice, let's go and discuss this matter with the ancestors. Mu Qing nodded. The two immediately left the hall in a hurry. Calm Heart Lake. No way. How could he be Qin Feiyang? Wang Su has also told young Master Hao and Wang Yu about Qin Feiyang's identity and the robbery of the divine crystal. Both of them were in disbelief and couldn't accept this fact. Wang Su looked at the two and sighed. This is what he admitted himself. He is the descendant of the Qin Emperor and has the power of the purple gold dragon blood. Impossible. I don't believe it. I have to ask him face to face. Wang Yue shook her head frantically and opened the portal. Wang Su grabbed Wang Yue and said angrily, Grandpa will lie to you again? No. I must ask him to answer me personally. Wang Yue broke away and ran in without looking back. I don't believe it either. Young Master Hao shook his head and also ran into the portal. Sigh. What a sin. Wang Su sighed deeply and helplessly followed. At the same moment, Longfeng Pavilion. Although it was late at night, it was still lively and noisy. Inside the room of the Miss of Longfeng Pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures appeared out of thin air. One of them looked to be in his 20s. His body was covered in blood, his face was pale, and his eyes were weak. It was Qin Feiyang. The person beside him was naturally Yan Wei. Young Master Qin's ability did not disappoint us. With regards to Qin Feiyang's arrival, the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was not the least bit surprised. She was still sitting behind the curtain, and her tone carried a hint of admiration. Qin Feiyang asked, Did you arrange the Black Shadow? Yes. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion replied. Who is he? Qin Feiyang asked. No comment. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House said. Wang. But before she could finish speaking, the image crystal in her bosom rang. She took out the image crystal, and a black-robed old man appeared. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't see the old man's face clearly because of the curtain. Teacher. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House bowed. The old man in black said, Qin Feiyang has already escaped from the main tower. It was Gongsun who let him go. Gongsun? The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was surprised and immediately said, Qin Feiyang is with me now. Who is it? Hearing their conversation, Qin Feiyang could no longer hold it in and rushed toward the curtain. He even knew that Gongsun had let him go. This was enough to prove that this person had been hiding in the dark. However, when he opened the curtain, the shadow had already dissipated. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was still wearing a veil, and only a pair of ethereal eyes could be seen. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House glanced at Qin Feiyang, put away the image crystal, stretched out her jade-like arm, and said, Give me the divine crystal. Yan Wei stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and looked at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House. No, you must let my clansmen go first. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House looked at Yan Wei and said, Your clansmen are very safe now. Yan Wei sneered and said, Then how do I know that you won't go back on your word? The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House looked a little displeased and said, We still have this bit of integrity. Don't you think it's ridiculous for people like us to talk about integrity? Yan Wei smiled obsequiously. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House raised her eyebrows. Her gaze turned and landed on Qin Feiyang. She asked, Are you going to give it to me or not? Qin Feiyang said, Before I see Yan Wei's clansmen, I can't give it to you. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, You are really a cautious person. I have to be cautious when facing you. Qin Feiyang said. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said helplessly, All right, you guys stay in the Dragon Phoenix House first. I will arrange for you to meet. Stay here? Qin Feiyang frowned. Right now, the people of the main tower were looking for him everywhere. What if he was discovered? The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, Don't worry, as long as you don't run around, there is no place safer than here. Because all the staff here are my trusted aides. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, All right, make the arrangements as soon as possible. Don't make me wait too long. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House nodded and said loudly, Pang Su, come here for a moment. Not long later, a slightly plump middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered the room. When he saw Qin Feiyang and Pang Su, his expression froze. Immediately arrange a room for young Master Qin. Remember, you are not allowed to tell anyone that he is in our Dragon Phoenix House. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix House instructed. Yes. Pang Su replied respectfully, then looked at Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and smiled. Young Master Qin, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Qin Feiyang also cupped his hands and replied politely. Then, Pang Su then opened the teleportation gate, retreated to the side, and extended his hand. Young Master, please. Qin Feiyong and Yan Wei walked in. The next moment, they appeared in a private room with a separate dining room, tea room, bedroom, and washroom. Entering this private room through the teleportation gate was also for safety reasons. After all, there were a lot of people living in the Dragon Phoenix house, and there were also a lot of people drinking and chatting in the lobby. Peng Su laughed. This room is usually used by the young miss to entertain especially important guests. It is never open to the public, so young master can stay here at ease. Especially important? Qin Feiyong was startled and asked curiously, how important is it? Ugh. Peng Su was startled and then shook his head. The young miss has never told us about her private matters, so I don't know how important it is. Qin Feiyong said, how many years have you followed your young miss? It's been too long, I can't remember clearly. Oh right, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Young master, please help yourself. Peng Su cupped his hands and left. Yes, Qin Feiyong nodded. After Peng Su left, Yan Wei said worriedly, I'm really worried that they will play tricks. Qin Feiyong said, as long as the divine crystal is in my hands, they won't dare to go against me. Seeing that Yan Wei was still worried, Qin Feiyong patted his shoulder again and laughed. Don't worry, no matter what, I will save your clansmen. Stay here and watch, I'm going to take a bath. Yan Wei nodded. Qin Feiyong turned around and entered the washroom. Not long after, the sound of running water could be heard. Yan Wei walked to the window and opened it a little, paying close attention to the situation outside. At the same time, Ancestor Mu, come out quickly, main tower. Beside the deep pit. Young Master Hao roared. Wang Yu was also sobbing. Looking at the two of them in pain, Wang Su felt uncomfortable and said angrily, Qin Feiyong, if you are still a man, come out and say it clearly. Gongsun glanced at the three of them and sighed, saying in a low voice, Elder Wang, take them back. Wang Su said helplessly, look at them now, do they look like they will leave? Shua. Suddenly, the main tower master descended above the deep pit and glared at Gongsun, shouting, how are you guarding? Gongsun was stunned and stood up suspiciously. Sir, why do you say that? Wang Su also looked at the main tower master in confusion. The main tower master said gloomily, I just received news that Qin Feiyong is at Longfeng Pavilion. Longfeng Pavilion. Gongsun was shocked and hurriedly said, impossible, this subordinate has been guarding here and didn't see him come out. Is that so? The main tower master asked. Obviously, he was beginning to suspect Gongsun. It's true. How would this subordinate dare to disobey Sir's orders? Gongsun hurriedly said, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The main tower master said in a low voice, then why is he at Longfeng Pavilion? You were here alone just now. You have to give this seat a reasonable explanation, right? Gongsun gaze trembled as he said anxiously, Sir, this subordinate really doesn't know. The main tower master looked at him deeply and opened a teleportation gate. You better not let me find out that you are the one behind this. Otherwise, even if you kneel down and repent, I won't let you off. Let's go. Follow me to Longfeng Pavilion. After saying that, he stepped into the teleportation gate. Gongsun hurriedly followed. Wang Yu, and young master Hao looked at each other and also quickly rushed into the teleportation gate. Sigh. Wang Su sighed and also followed in. Longfeng Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Yan Wei was still standing in front of the window, paying attention to the situation outside, but suddenly a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. This uneasiness even lingered. What's going on? His eyes were filled with surprise. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. His body trembled as he hurriedly turned around to look. He saw that the main tower master had actually descended into the room out of thin air. How is this possible? His expression changed as he roared, Qin Feiyong, run. Run? The main tower master smiled coldly as his pressure roared out, immediately imprisoning Yan Wei. Moreover, that pressure also enveloped the entire Longfeng Pavilion. In an instant, everyone in the Longfeng Pavilion was imprisoned, including Qin Feiyong and the miss of the Longfeng Pavilion. At the same time, young Master Hao and the others also appeared in the room one after another. Where is he? Seeing that there was only Yan Wei in the room and no Qin Feiyong, they couldn't help but frown. But in the next moment, they all looked towards the bathroom because there was the sound of running water coming out from the bathroom. The main tower master shouted, "Gong Sunvei, go and drag him out for me." "No need. Put away your pressure. I will come out myself." Qin Feiyong's voice sounded in the bathroom, bringing with it a haze that couldn't be dispelled. The main tower master glanced at the bathroom gloomily, and the pressure relaxed slightly. Chapter 11:15. Soon, the door to the washroom slowly opened. Qin Feiyong, who was wearing a pure white robe, slowly walked out. "It's really Qin Feiyong." Wang Yu, and young master Hao looked at Qin Feiyong with trembling eyes. Although this was the first time they saw Qin Feiyong in person, they had seen Qin Feiyong's appearance before. Qin Feiyong glanced at the two, took a deep breath, and walked toward Yan Wei. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to leave immediately?" Gong Sunvei's angry voice sounded in Qin Feiyong's mind. "I had something I had to do, but I don't understand. How did you know I was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" Qin Feiyong thought. "I don't know either. The Chief Tower Master suddenly found me and said you were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He was already suspecting me. I let you go," Gong Sunvei said telepathically. "I'm sorry. I dragged you into this." Qin Feiyong apologized secretly. Gong Sunvei sighed. "It's meaningless to say this now. Do you remember what I told you before you left? The next time we meet, we'll be enemies." Qin Feiyong fell silent. When he walked to Yan Wei shouted, "Didn't I tell you to run?" As long as Qin Feiyong entered the castle, the Chief Tower Master wouldn't be able to do anything to him. "If I run, what will you do?" "You'll be killed mercilessly like Lu Xingfeng." Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. "Why are you thinking about me? It doesn't matter if I'm killed, but nothing can happen to you." Yan Wei looked at him helplessly. He was both touched and angry. "I don't have the habit of leaving my companions and escaping alone." Qin Feiyong shook his head and smiled. He turned to the Chief Tower Master and asked, "How did you know I was here?" The Chief Tower Master said, "This king is also very puzzled. How did you manage to escape from under Gong Sunvei's nose?" "Hehe, that's simple. You all thought that my spatial divine item was unable to move. However, that was merely an illusion." Qin Feiyong sneered. It can move?" The Chief Pagoda Master was bewildered. "Yes." Qin Feiyong nodded. This way, Gong Sunvei was cleared of suspicion. Gong Sunvei was also very cooperative and said in realization, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why you suddenly appeared in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Qin Feiyong smiled as he looked at the Chief Tower Master and said, "Can you answer my question now?" Chief Pagoda Master didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Gong Sunvei, go and capture the young lady of Dragon Phoenix House for me." "Yes." Gong Sunvei nodded, turned around, and left. "Your ancestor Mu, and also Qin Feiyong?" Wang Yu and young master Hao sized up Qin Feiyong, still somewhat unable to accept it. "Yes." Qin Feiyong nodded. He had to face what he had to face. He couldn't run away or hide. "Why did you use us?" Young master Hao roared. "Because of your identity. Only by using you can I get close to the Chief Tower Master faster, gain his trust, and obtain the divine crystal." Qin Feiyong said. "You bastard!" Young master Hao was furious as he stepped forward and slapped Qin Feiyong's face. A trace of purple gold dragon blood flowed out from the corner of Qin Feiyong's mouth. "It's fine if you deceive me, but you actually deceived my sister's feelings. You are simply a heartless beast." Young master Hao roared as he kicked Qin Feiyong to the ground and punched and kicked him. "Bastard, can't you endure it? Fight back." Young master Hao went crazy. He had never trusted a person so much. It could even be said that he had poured his heart out, but he didn't expect that the other party was only using him. Unbearable. "Why are you so cruel? Even if you don't like me, you don't have to treat me like this." Wang Yu looked at Qin Feiyong and muttered to herself, her heart feeling like it was being cut by a knife. Da-da. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, Gong Sunvei walked in with the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Looking at the Chief Tower Master and Wang Su, The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face turned pale. At the same time, seeing the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion being brought in, young Master Hao's expression changed slightly. He immediately stopped and looked at the Chief Tower Master, saying, "Father, she is at most protecting Qin Feiyang. Don't hurt her." "Protect? How, you are too stupid. She and Qin Feiyang were originally in cahoots," the Chief Tower Master said. This, young Master Hao was stunned. He turned to look at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked, "Is this true?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded. Young Master Hao's body shook violently as he said, "In that case, you are also using me?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded again. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Young Master Hao roared again and again, his eyes filled with resentment. Qin Feiyang also got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and said gloomily, "I just stayed here, and they came looking for me. Is this the safety you mentioned?" If he didn't see that this woman was also caught, he would have suspected that this woman was the one who leaked the news. "I can't figure it out either." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head. "Of course you can't figure it out." The Chief Tower Master smiled coldly and shouted, "Come in." "Duh." As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly plump middle-aged man strode into the room. "It's you." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion narrowed her eyes. The person who came was Peng Su. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He never thought that it would be this person. Peng Su looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Are you surprised?" "Why? Why did you betray me?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said angrily. Peng Su chuckled. "You don't think that I'm really Peng Su, do you?" Finish speaking. Peng Su took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. His appearance immediately changed. Very soon, a thin middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. "It's actually him." Gong Sunbei's pupils contracted. "You know him?" Qin Feiyang transmitted. "Yes. He is an oracle of my Oracle Hall. But he went missing a long time ago. I thought that he might have been killed outside, but I didn't expect him to disguise himself as Peng Su and lurk beside the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I think this should have been arranged by the Chief Tower Master," Gong Sunbei thought. Qin Feiyang said, "Even you don't know, it seems that the Chief Tower Master doesn't trust you that much." Gong Sunbei smiled bitterly, looking at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Seeing Peng Su turn into another stranger, her eyes almost popped out as she said angrily, "If you're not Peng Su, then who are you? Where did the real Peng Su go?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm the Oracle of the Chief Tower. The Chief Tower Master asked me to monitor you. As for the real Peng Su, he's already dead." "What?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion trembled and asked, "When did this happen?" "A long time ago. One day, the Chief Tower Master came to find me and said that he was worried about young Master Hao and asked me to investigate you. But your cautiousness far exceeded our expectations. After lurking around you for so long, we still couldn't find out your origin. It's even difficult to get close to you. But it doesn't matter now. As long as you fall into our hands, we're not afraid that you won't say anything." The middle-aged man sneered. "So that's how it is." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion came to a realization. She looked at the Chief Tower Master and mocked, "You're indeed a treacherous old fox. Not everyone is as innocent as Hao. However, I have always been very curious. Hao is so obsessed with you. What do you look like?" The Chief Tower Master stepped forward and grabbed the veil on the young lady's face, preparing to tear it off. Swish! But at this moment, above the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a terrifying emperor's might suddenly appeared. Following closely, a black shadow appeared. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. A resplendent battle chi, carrying the power to destroy the world, rushed towards the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion below. "Not good." The Chief Tower Master's expression changed. Battle chi rolled out and condensed into a battle chi barrier, enveloping everyone inside. Boom! Almost in the next moment, the battle chi blasted into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was instantly razed to the ground. As for the people in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, other than Qin Feiyong and a few others, none of them were spared. They died tragically on the spot, and not even their bones were left. Who? After Wang Su reacted, he immediately raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw the black shadow, a cold light surged in his old eyes. The black shadow was wearing a mask, so his true appearance could not be seen. However, his pair of dark eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Swish! He soared into the sky and stood in the clouds. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged crazily, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky above the entire divine city. What does he want to do? Many people in the city were alarmed. They ran to the streets and looked at the black shadow in surprise. The chief tower master and the others were also puzzled. Destroy! Suddenly, the black figure let out a sonorous roar, and the surging battle chi in the clouds suddenly poured down in torrents. Not good. He wants to destroy the divine city. Wang Su's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly rushed into the sky, his aura erupting. He was also a 9-star combat emperor. He waved his arm, and the invisible aura rushed into the sky, turning into a barrier above the city, blocking the surging battle chi. However, the black shadow's strength was not lower than his. The battle chi crazily fell. Wang Su's face gradually turned pale, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Gongsun hurriedly looked at the chief tower master and shouted, "My lord, Elder Wang can't stop him alone. Quickly go and help. You watch over them. If you let them escape again, I'll hold you responsible." The chief tower master glanced at Elder Wang and said to Gongsun. Then, he turned into a stream of light and tore through the battle chi, heading straight for the black shadow. "Now that we're enemies, don't blame me." Gongsun secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyong. Then, he released his aura and firmly imprisoned the three of them. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at the black shadow worriedly. She suddenly turned her head to look at Gongsun and sneered, "You can't stop us." Gongsun was surprised. His aura did not imprison her? Boom! The next moment, a mighty emperor aura rushed out of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Her black hair fluttered in the sky, and her pale golden dress rustled. She was like an ice fairy that had descended to the world. Her entire body emitted a shocking cold current. What? An 8-star combat emperor. Gongsun was shocked. Chapter 11:16. While Gongsun was distracted, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her arm and slapped Gongsun chest with all her might. Pooh! Gongsun spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Run! The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shouted. Yan Wei immediately opened a portal. Don't even think about leaving. Gongsun eyes were like lightning. He stepped into the void and stabilized his body before shooting toward Qin Feiyong and Yan Wei. The next time they met, they would be enemies. He was not joking. However, at this moment, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stepped in front of Qin Feiyong and Gongsun. Battle chi surged from her palm as she slapped toward Gongsun. Humph. I let you succeed just now because I was not prepared. In terms of strength, you are too weak. Gongsun stepped forward as his emperor's aura erupted and shook the sky. He is also an 8-star combat emperor. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pupils contracted. Without turning her head, she shouted at Qin Feiyong and Gongsun, "After I escape, I will find you. Run!" Yan Wei grabbed Qin Feiyong and rushed toward the portal. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man who had disguised himself as Pang Su. He rushed over like lightning and smashed the portal with one punch. Damn it! Yan Wei cursed in his heart. You want to leave? Don't you have to ask for my opinion? The middle-aged man looked down at Qin Feiyong and Gongsun. His aura was firmly locked onto the two of them, and his eyes were full of disdain. Yan Wei stared at the middle-aged man and said, "He is a 4-star combat emperor. I am not his match, but I can hold him back." Run. Today, none of you can leave. However, Wang Yur also stepped forward and stood behind Qin Feiyong. Her eyes no longer had the affection for Qin Feiyong, only coldness. Her aura also carried a strong emperor's aura. Qin Feiyong turned to look at Wang Yur and asked, "Have you made a breakthrough?" Wang Yur said, "Thanks to you, not only did I break through, but I also opened the 7th level of the Gate of Potential." "That's good," Qin Feiyong muttered. This way, the guilt in his heart lessened a little. Immediately after, he decisively brought Yanwei to the castle. Oh no! The middle-aged man's face changed, and he immediately released his perception. But how could he sense the existence of the ancient castle with his little bit of cultivation? In the meantime, inside the castle, Yanwei looked at Qin Feiyong and said anxiously, "The castle can't be moved. Hiding here won't be of any use at all. Have you forgotten what I said to the Chief Tower Master? I told him that the castle can move, so as long as we don't do anything now, they will leave sooner or later." Qin Feiyong smiled. "Yeah?" Yanwei was startled for a moment, then scratched his head and laughed dryly. "You're still the smart one, leaving a way out early on." Qin Feiyong shook his head and laughed. "I said that not to leave a way out, but to help Gongsun clear his suspicions. This was purely a coincidence." "That's still very impressive." Yanwei laughed. Outside, after Qin Feiyong escaped into the castle, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House did not continue to fight and immediately thought of a way to escape. However, Gongsun true strength was not inferior to hers at all. She simply could not find a chance to escape. What should I do? Do I have to expose my true cultivation? But once my true cultivation is exposed, my identity will also be exposed. Seeing this, the Black Shadow was hesitant and anxious. Shua! Suddenly, Qin Feiyong appeared on the roof of a house below, looked at the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and shouted, "Come down quickly." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House's eyes lit up. She pushed Gongsun back with a palm and then rushed towards Qin Feiyong like lightning. Gongsun face darkened as he quickly chased after her. At the same time, the middle-aged man who pretended to be Pang Su also rushed towards Qin Feiyong, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. "You're really not afraid of death." Qin Feiyong's eyes were filled with ridicule. Although he did not understand the personality of the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, anyone would be angry when encountering such a thing. If the middle-aged man could stay obediently, he might be able to keep his life and live a carefree life for a while. But now, he actually wanted to come down and kill him? Wasn't this walking into a trap? As expected, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House's eyes turned cold as she said coldly, "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find a chance to kill you." As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand, and her battle chi surged, turning into a huge wave that roared towards the middle-aged man. "Hurry up and leave," Gongsun shouted. Hearing Gongsun reminder, the middle-aged man raised his head and immediately turned around to flee. However, the difference in cultivation between him and the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was too great. In less than 3 breaths, the battle chi roared and engulfed him. Accompanied by a shrill scream, he died on the spot. Swoosh! Following closely, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House landed beside Qin Feiyong without looking back. "Take care." Qin Feiyong raised his head to look at young Master Hao and Wang Yu, in the sky, muttered to himself, and then brought the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House into the castle. "Damn it. Immediately seal off the entire city. We must not let them escape." Young Master Hao roared hysterically. Gongsun sighed. "He has entered the castle. Even if we seal off the entire city, it will be useless." Young Master Hao said angrily, "Then are we going to let them leave just like that?" Gongsun sighed helplessly. Indeed, it was as Qin Feiyong had said when he was in the main tower. If he wanted to leave, no one in the Forgotten Continent could stop him. At the same time, seeing that the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House had safely escaped, the Black Shadow in the clouds also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with a palm strike, the Chief Tower Master turned around and flew away. The Chief Tower Master's eyes were gloomy as he chased after him relentlessly. Qin Feiyong had escaped. If the Black Shadow was allowed to escape, then it would be impossible to snatch the divine crystal. After the black shadow escaped, the battle chi tide also dissipated. It's too dangerous here, you guys go back immediately. Gong's unveil, quickly follow me to support the chief tower master. Wang Su warned the two of them and also chased after the black shadow. Quickly go back, the matters here are no longer something you can interfere in. Gong's unveil flew in front of young Master Hao and Wang Su, patted their shoulders, and chased after them like lightning. Qin Feiyang, I will definitely not let you off. Young Master Hao looked at the backs of Gong's unveil and the others, then lowered his head and swept his gaze over the roof where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. He clenched his hands together and muttered to himself with a murderous aura. Wang Yue did not say a word, but her face was full of frost. She opened the teleportation door and walked in without looking back. Wait for me, sister. Seeing this, young Master Hao hurriedly chased after her. What's going on? Why is Qin Feiyang in the Divine City? And that miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, why is she together with Qin Feiyang? Who's that black shadow? He's actually so strong that even the Chief Tower Master and Wang Su can't stop him. After the few of them left, the people in the city below immediately began to discuss. Inside the ancient castle. This is that ancient castle? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house curiously sized up the ancient castle. At the same time, Fatso and the others, as well as Wolf King and the other beasts, also looked at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house curiously, thinking in their hearts, what kind of face would be under this veil? Suddenly, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, I'm a little worried about teacher. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, a 9-star war emperor, what's there to worry about? Teacher's strength is very strong, but we can't expose his identity yet. Why don't we go and take a look? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Follow? Do you want to die? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so he didn't want to throw himself into a trap again. Moreover, he didn't care about that black shadow at all. What he cared about was Yanwei's clansmen. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house raised her eyebrows and suddenly landed in front of Lu Hong. She grabbed Lu Hong's neck and looked at Qin Feiyang. If you don't go, I'll kill her. Fatso and the others immediately stood up and glared at her. Qin Feiyang's face darkened slightly as he said, Don't forget who saved you just now. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, You saved me. I'm very grateful to you, but I have to go. Qin Feiyang said, If you want to go, go by yourself. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house shook her head and said, No, you have to go with me. If anything happens with this ancient castle, we won't fall into a dead situation. Woman, why are you so unreasonable? Why should little Qinzi accompany you to take the risk? Who are you to him? Wolf King and Fatso said unhappily. Who am I to him? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was silent for a while before coldly snorting. According to seniority, he has to call me ancestor. What? Ancestor? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also caught off guard. Seniority? Ancestor? What was this? Was there water in her brain? I'll ask you one last time, are you going or not? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house raised her eyebrows, and with a slight force from her 5 fingers, Lu Hong's face immediately turned pale. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'll go, don't hurt her. Looks like you care about her quite a bit. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house laughed mockingly and let go of Lu Hong. Fuck your sister, get out. Qin Feiyang immediately turned hostile, and with a wave of his hand, he threw the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house out of the castle. On the roof outside, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house looked around in shock. The crowd on the surrounding streets also stared blankly at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house who had suddenly appeared. Quickly inform the main tower that the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house has appeared again. Suddenly, someone roared. Hearing the roar, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house suddenly came back to her senses. Bastard, you actually dared to trick me. She clenched her fists, and a hint of anger flashed across her eyes as she disappeared into an alley like lightning. The people on the streets also swarmed towards the alley. However, when they rushed into the alley, there was no trace of the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house. Are you all right? Inside the castle, Qin Feiyong looked at Lu Hong with concern. I'm fine. Lu Hong coughed a few times and waved his hand. Fatso coldly snorted. This stinking woman, she's not a good person either. Why don't you look at her cultivation? How could an 8-star war emperor be a kind person? Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes at Fatso and then said, however, her cultivation really scared me. Yeah, no one would have thought that she would be so strong. Fatso nodded and asked, then what should we do next? There's definitely no place for us in the Forgotten Continent anymore. Fatso said. Qin Feiyong pondered for a moment and said, we'll make a plan after we save Yanwei's clansmen, and there's still a very important problem right now. What problem? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyong looked at Yanwei and asked, after saving your clansmen, where are you going to settle them? That is indeed a problem. After all, it's not just 1 or 2 people, it's more than 1 million people. A normal place can't accommodate them. Fatso nodded. Yanwei also fell into deep thought. Think about it yourself. Chapter 11:17. Although the outside world was very chaotic right now, Qin Feiyong's Sea of Qi had already recovered after this period of time. His injuries were almost healed. If he encountered danger, he could protect himself. After appearing on the roof, he immediately opened the portal. Look, isn't that Qin Feiyong? Yes, it's him. His appearance is exactly the same as the legendary Qin Feiyong. Stop him. Yes, as long as we can catch him, we will definitely get a big reward. Those who were looking for the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also noticed Qin Feiyong at the first moment. They immediately swarmed toward Qin Feiyong as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Am I that easy to catch? Qin Feiyong was helpless. These people were too naive, right? Boom. Just as he was about to enter the portal, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out in the sky above the West City. Moreover, at the same time, 3 terrifying auras spread out from there, shaking the heavens. What's going on? Qin Feiyong raised his head and looked at the West City in surprise. He felt that the 3 auras had even surpassed a 9-star combat emperor. It's a fake god. Qin Feiyong's heart trembled. There were 3 fake gods hiding in the Divine City? If that was the case, wouldn't that Black Shadow and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house be in trouble? What does it have to do with me? You really have nothing better to do. Qin Feiyong shook his head and turned to step into the portal. Qin Feiyong, give me your life. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded, followed by a battle chi. The portal in front of Qin Feiyong was instantly shattered. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and looked up. The corners of his mouth lifted as he said with a smile, "You dare to come here to die?" He saw a young man in purple standing in the sky. He was tall and had an extraordinary appearance, but his face was full of arrogance. It was Nia Xiaoong, who was slapped in the face by Fatso at the Sword Peak. Courting death? Nia Xiaoong smiled disdainfully and said, "In the past, I was afraid of you because you were the Chief Tower Master's personal disciple. But now, you are just a rat crossing the street. You talk too much." Qin Feiyong's eyes turned cold. His aura suddenly erupted, and he turned into a stream of light that shot towards Nia Xiaoong. However, not only was Nia Xiaoong not afraid, his face was full of ridicule. Qin Feiyong frowned. This person was only a 3-star battle saint, yet he dared to act so fearlessly in front of him. Suddenly, a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. At the same time, amidst the crowd below, a white figure dashed out and landed behind Qin Feiyong like a bolt of lightning. A fist landed on Qin Feiyong's back. Boom! In the nick of time, Qin Feiyong activated the battle formula, but he was still sent flying. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and like a meteor, he smashed into the street below. With a loud bang, crushed stones flew in all directions, and a deep pit appeared. Those who were chasing Qin Feiyong all stopped and looked at the white figure. It was a youth in white. He was about 25 or 26 years old, and he was about 1.8 meters tall. He was tall and straight like a pine tree. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind, and his dark eyes shone brightly like the stars in the sky. No, he was like a shining star, dazzling and eye-catching. Who is he? Why is his aura so strong? And with his speed, even Qin Feiyong couldn't react in time? Everyone was shocked. He seems familiar? Oh, right, I remember now. He is the eldest son of the King Kong tribe's chief, Niajan. Niajan. It is said that he is one of the 3 kings of the Saint Peak. Even the Peak Master of the Saint Peak wants to take him as a disciple. The crowd instantly boiled over. Whether it was the 3 kings of the Saint Peak or the 3 kings of the Saint Tower, they were all heaven's favored children of the Central Divine Kingdom. Niajan. Inside the deep pit. Qin Feiyong slowly got up and raised his head to look at Niajan. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. If he hadn't activated the battle formula in time, Niajan's punch would have killed him. Niajan stood high up in the sky like a sovereign king looking down at Qin Feiyong, and he said in an overbearing manner, "I've heard of your great name since long ago, but I've never had the chance to meet you personally. It's truly unfortunate." Qin Feiyong sneered. "If I were still Ancestor Mu, would you dare to talk to me like this? The point is, you're not Ancestor Mu now, but Qin Feiyong." Niajan said. "Can this change your character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? What heaven's favored child?" "I think it is a joke." Qin Feiyong smiled disdainfully. Niajan's face darkened, and he said, "Whether it is a joke or not, you will know when you see my strength." Boom. After that, his oppressive aura completely erupted as he pounced towards Qin Feiyong with an earth-shattering force. "To be honest, I really don't take your strength seriously." Qin Feiyong raised the corner of his mouth. He flew up 90,000 miles and stood at the top of the clouds. His whole body exuded a mighty dragon's aura. Niajan was surprised. "I will let you see what is called heaven-defying combat strength, the Emperor of 9 and 5. Qin Feiyong smiled coldly and arrogantly. The wind in the sky suddenly blew and dark clouds covered the sky. The next moment, a purple-gold divine light tore through the clouds and descended from the sky. A statue appeared in the blink of an eye. The statue stood above Qin Feiyong's head. Its mighty divine aura enveloped all directions. The people in the city below felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. There were even some people who couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship. This is, in the distance. The chief tower master and the others also stopped in the void. They turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyong and the statue. Their faces were full of horror. It was actually a divine aura. Gongsun said, "My lord, I seem to have heard you say that the Qin Emperor created a divine art." "Yes, he created the divine dragon art. Qin Feiyong is now using the 3rd move of the divine dragon art, the Emperor of 9 and 5. The chief tower master said in a deep voice. "Not only does he have the power of the purple gold dragon blood, but he also has the Qin Emperor's self-created divine art. Could he be the reincarnation of the Qin Emperor?" Gongsun Bei's heart trembled. Qin Feiyong's performance was far beyond his expectations. The chief tower master suddenly shouted, "All divine envoys, listen to my order. Go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately and kill Qin Feiyong." His voice was like a bell that resounded through the sky. For a moment, streaks of light soared into the sky, carrying boundless killing intent as they shot towards Qin Feiyong's location. Qin Feiyong also heard the chief tower master's voice, but he didn't care at all. He looked at Niajan and said with a smile, "I don't have any hobbies, but I like to trample on the dignity of elites like you. Kneel down." Words were the law. The Emperor's qi turned into a torrent and surged towards Niajan. Plop. Nia Xiaolong, who was next to Niajan, immediately knelt down in the void. His body trembled and his heart was filled with fear. Niajan glanced at Nia Xiaolong, then looked up at Qin Feiyong and said coldly, "Are you kidding me? Do you have the ability to make me kneel down?" He suddenly waved his hands, and his battle qi surged. It transformed into an enormous golden blade that carried a world-destroying sharpness as it furiously slashed out. This was a perfect battle art. An ant wants to compete with the sun and the moon? Die! Qin Feiyong was like a fiend god, domineering and domineering. As he waved his hand, The statue raised the broken sword in its hand and slashed in the air. A purple-gold sword pierced through the sky and collided with the giant blade. It was like a collision between two comets. A destructive storm appeared out of nowhere and swept in all directions. In the city below, houses collapsed one after another. Countless people were swept up by the storm and torn into pieces. Blood dyed the void and the earth red. Wails of agony could be heard everywhere. It was like hell. Puff. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Niezhan were also severely injured and kept retreating. Blood gushed out from their mouths. Very powerful, Qin Feiyang mumbled in shock. Previously, the inner demons, under the enhancement of the kill art, relied on the cultivation of a 4-star combat emperor to suppress the 8-star combat emperor chief of the divine Python tribe. Now, relying on the cultivation of a 4-star combat saint, it was still too difficult for him to suppress a 9-star combat saint. After all, not only was there a huge difference in cultivation between him and Niezhan, but Niezhan also mastered a perfect battle art. However, Niezhan was even more incredulous. With the cultivation of a 4-star combat saint, he was able to fight him to a draw? This was hard for him to accept. Kneel down. Qin Feiyang roared again. His words carried a great majesty. The emperor's aura of the statue rushed towards Niezhan again. Plop. Niezhan's body trembled and he immediately knelt down in the void uncontrollably. This kneel made him feel as if he was struck by lightning. His head was buzzing. As one of the 3 kings of the Saint Peak, he actually knelt down in front of a 4-star combat saint. How could he maintain his position in the main tower in the future? This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. But at the same time, he had to admit that this was the true power that defied the heavens. He would never be able to compare to it. He knelt down. Too shocking. Niezhan, a 9-star combat emperor, is actually not a match for Qin Feiyang. The people in the city below were all in a daze, full of shock and fear. Too powerful. This could no longer be described as a demon. This person was a pervert, a monster. Does it feel good? Not to mention you, even if the 6 kings of the main tower's holy ground came out together, I might not even care. This time, it was Qin Feiyang's turn to look down on Niezhan. This was his capital. I'm not convinced. Niezhan stared at Qin Feiyang coldly and suddenly roared hysterically. Bang! An even more terrifying aura surged out from his body. Following closely, his skin turned into a dazzling golden color at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's the Invincible Vajra body. It's the inherited battle skill of the Vajra tribe. Someone below exclaimed. Invincible Vajra body? Qin Feiyang was stunned as he sized up Niezhan. At first glance, this person's body seemed to be cast from gold. It was filled with a hard texture. Moreover, one could vaguely sense that there was an explosive power hidden in this person's body. I heard that once the people of the Vajra tribe activate this battle skill, it's equivalent to having an immortal body. I've also heard about it. This invincible Vajra body can not only strengthen the physical body instantly, making the physical body comparable to a divine weapon, but also increase the power by several times. I'm afraid Qin Feiyang is out of luck this time. Chapter 11:18. Unlucky. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and sneered. Even when he activated the battle formula, he didn't dare to say that he had an immortal body. What was a mere battle formula? However, he wanted to test just how strong his invincible Vajra body was. Clang! With a wave of his hand, crimson sword chi surged. 40 streaks of sword chi instantly appeared and slashed toward Niezhan with monstrous sharpness. Niezhan looked contemptuous. He didn't even fight back and let the sword shadow slash down. You're so confident? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Clang! The first sword shadow slashed toward him. However, when it slashed Niezhan's body, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal. It gave people the feeling that Niezhan's body was made of divine iron. Moreover, the sword's shadow didn't cause any harm to him. It didn't even break his skin. That's a bit powerful, Qin Feiyang murmured. Although there was a big gap between him and Niezhan in terms of cultivation, the Guiyuan sword technique was a perfect battle formula. If it was someone else like Niezhan who didn't move or fight back, he would have been slashed in half. However, he didn't even hurt Niezhan. This showed that the Vajra body was indeed extraordinary. According to his estimation, it should be 1/10 of the power of the battle formula. Clang! The second, the third, the fourth, the sword shadows kept slashing Niezhan's body. The sharpness swept in all directions. However, just like before, it didn't pose any threat to Niezhan. The disdain in Niezhan's eyes grew. Boom! Gradually, he lost his patience. He punched out and shattered all the remaining sword shadows in an instant. Did you see that? This is the gap between you and me. Although you have a divine formula, facing an overwhelming cultivation, you will die no matter how strong you are. Be prepared. Niezhan let out a wild laugh. With a surging aura, he rushed into the clouds and charged towards Qin Feiyang. You're going to be arrogant? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just testing. Did Niezhan really think that he couldn't break this bullshit battle formula? Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Boom! But at this moment, several terrifying monarch auras approached from the distance. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He turned around and saw several figures rushing toward them. There were more than 30 people in total. There were men and women, old and young. Without exception, they were all battle emperors. So many combat emperors have come down at once. They really think highly of me, Qin Feiyang muttered. He turned around and looked at Niezhan. Time to send you on your way. Arrogant. Niezhan was furious. Qin Feiyang opened a portal and sighed. I really don't know what's in your head. Can't you see that I'm just playing with you? After saying that, Qin Feiyang then entered the teleportation gate without looking back. For fun? Niezhan was stunned, and then he went crazy. One had to know. He was fighting with all his might, but his opponent was just playing around. The most excessive thing was that he actually opened a portal right in front of him. What kind of contempt was this? He didn't put him in his eyes at all. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Don't even think about escaping. Niezhan was furious. Like a crazy beast, he rushed toward the portal. Clang! However, at the same time, the statue above suddenly swooped down like an emperor descending to the world and slashed at Niezhan. Niezhan suddenly raised his head, his pupils constricting. He hadn't noticed it before. But at this moment, facing the statue and the broken sword at such a close distance, he realized how small he was. That terrifying monarch aura, that shocking divine might, made him unable to summon the slightest bit of courage to fight. He could only watch as the broken sword fell. He even forgot to run away. Who can save me? He was scared and crazily shouted in his heart. No. The broken sword was getting closer and closer. His heart was completely drowned in despair. The moment the broken sword descended on his head, he couldn't help but scream in horror. But at the same time, a white-haired old man rushed out from the crowd below. It was Li He. He landed in front of Niezhan like lightning. He immediately raised his arm and slapped the combat sword. With a loud bang, the combat sword instantly collapsed. The statue also broke into pieces and soon dissipated. Don't kill me, save me. Niezhan was still screaming. Li He was right in front of him, but he didn't notice at all. It could be seen how terrified he was at this moment. Looking at Niezhan's current appearance, Li He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Wake up!" His voice was like a bell, and it entered Niezhan's ears. Niezhan immediately came to his senses. He quickly glanced around and murmured, "I'm still alive?" Li He nodded. "I'm still alive," Niezhan murmured to himself. He collapsed in the void, and the fear in his eyes couldn't disappear. Whoosh! The more than 30 people who were ordered to kill Qin Feiyang also landed in front of Li He at this moment. It seems that we're late. Scanning the void, one of the old men in black said in a deep voice. A middle-aged woman next to him looked at Li He and frowned. You clearly had the chance to stop Qin Feiyang. Why didn't you do it? He has the ancient castle in his hands. Can I stop him? Moreover, there is also a war emperor hidden in his ancient castle. Li He shook his head. He was talking about Yan Wei. Of course, he also had a little selfishness. Hearing it, the middle-aged woman fell silent. Indeed, as long as the ancient castle was there, no matter how many people came, they would definitely not be able to stop Qin Feiyong. Following that, everyone looked at Niajan with a hint of shock in their eyes. Even the king of the main pagoda Holy Land was no match for this kid. Wasn't this too ridiculous? If he was given time to continue to grow, thinking of this, the group of people couldn't help but shiver. They didn't dare to think about it anymore. The middle-aged woman said, "Nia Xiaoong, quickly bring your big brother back." Yes! Nia Xiaoong, who was not far away, quickly flew over and opened the portal. He supported Niajan and walked in. He was also scared out of his wits previously. If he had known that Qin Feiyong was so powerful, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Sigh. This matter has dealt a big blow to Niajan. Yes, he came full of confidence, but in the end, he was suppressed by a 4-star battle saint. If his willpower isn't strong enough, I'm afraid his mental state will collapse. Everyone sighed. The old man in black looked at Li He and asked, "Just now, you fought with the divine statue head-on. How do you feel about its power?" Li He said, "It's very powerful. If Qin Feiyong has the cultivation level of a war emperor, I'm afraid that all of us together may not be his match." Everyone's pupils contracted. Black Cloud Valley. Qin Feiyong stood at the edge of a cliff. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Who exactly were the 3 divine powers that suddenly appeared in the divine city? Buzz. Suddenly, there was a sound from the image crystal. Why are you thinking so much? It has nothing to do with me. The most important thing now is to quickly find the mysterious madam and rescue Yanwei's clansmen. Qin Feiyong shook his head and took out the image crystal. Buzz. An illusory figure appeared. It was Mu Qing. Powerful. However, at this moment, Mu Qing's face was rather gloomy. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, "No matter how powerful I am, I'm not as powerful as you." "You can still smile? Let me tell you, you must give me the divine crystal," Mu Qing said. "You also know about the divine crystal?" Qin Feiyong was surprised. Mu Qing said, "Nonsense, even you know about it. How can I not know about it? Tell me, where are you now?" "I can't tell you." Qin Feiyong shook his head. Mu Qing shouted, "Don't go too far." "How am I going too far?" Qin Feiyong said faintly. "In order to snatch the divine crystal, not only did you use us to sneak into the tower, but you also betrayed my second grandpa. Tell me, how do you want to settle the score?" Mu Qing's face was extremely gloomy. "Don't make it sound like you're good people. Didn't you also use me to snatch the heavenly flame? As for your second grandpa, I didn't betray him at all. It was the chief tower master who made the connection." Qin Feiyong smiled. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, "Even so, it has something to do with you." "Then what do you want?" Qin Feiyong said. Mu Qing said, "You must give the divine crystal to the Mu family. There is no room for negotiation." Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed and he asked curiously, "Then tell me, what is the use of the divine crystal? If it wasn't so important, maybe I would have given it to you." "Do you think I'm stupid?" Mu Qing sneered. "Then there's no other way. Also, don't be too shameless. When the Mu family used me to snatch the heavenly flame, did I say anything? You didn't. But now? I snatched the divine crystal with my own ability, but you're being aggressive here. To be honest, I have never seen anyone more shameless than the Mu family," Qin Feiyong said in disgust. Mu Qing clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. "Go and tell those shameless old bastards in your family that I don't have the divine crystal, but I do have a life. If they have the ability, come and take it." After Qin Feiyong finished speaking, he directly turned off the image crystal. This family was truly becoming more and more disgusting. Boom. However, before Qin Feiyong put away the image crystal, 2 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Qin Feiyong was shocked. He quickly looked up and his face immediately changed color. He saw 3 figures standing side by side in the void above. 2 were old men, and 1 was a young man in purple. The 3 of them all looked gloomy. The young man in purple sneered, "Do you think I can't find you if you don't tell me?" "That's right. This person was Mu Qing. The two old men were also Qin Feiyang's old acquaintances, the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor. And as soon as they appeared, the great ancestor of the Mu family released his pressure and firmly imprisoned Qin Feiyang. How do you know? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He suddenly patted his head and scolded himself for being stupid. He actually ignored Mu Qing's all-seeing eye. Mu Qing said, "It seems that you remember. Then I won't explain more. Give me the divine crystal." "No," Qin Feiyang said. "You're really stubborn." A cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. He fell in front of Qin Feiyang and directly grabbed Qin Feiyang's Qianquan bag. Imprisoned by the pressure of the great ancestor of the Mu family, Qin Feiyang couldn't enter the castle. He could only watch Mu Qing do whatever he wanted. "No?" Mu Qing searched for a while and suddenly frowned. Qin Feiyang said sarcastically, "Do you have any brains? Why would I put such an important thing in my Qianquan bag? Tell me, where is it?" Chapter 11:19. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Qing. He didn't expect this guy to care so much about the divine crystals. He glanced at the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor and found that their eyes were also full of desire. "It can't really be some divine item, right?" Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. "Say it!" Mu Qing shouted. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said with a faint smile, "I've already given it to Miss Longfeng." Mu Qing was stunned and frowned. "Why did you give it to her? Isn't the Mu family very powerful? Don't you know that she's someone planted in the central divine kingdom by the mysterious lady?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "What?" Mu Qing and the other two were shocked. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, "So, you snatched the divine crystals under the instructions of that mysterious lady?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I don't understand. Why did you, who have always been arrogant, listen to her?" Mu Qing frowned. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do you still remember the Sky Tiger tribe?" "Of course I remember. The Yanwei beside you is the leader of the Sky Tiger tribe. Back then, Demon Child died in the hands of the mysterious lady in the Sky Tiger tribe." Mu Qing said, her eyes full of hatred. "Back then, after the mysterious lady killed Demon Child, she used Yanwei's clansmen to threaten me and let me enter the main tower to snatch the divine crystals. At that time, I was still troubled by how to enter the central divine kingdom. After all, at that time, the teleportation altar was guarded by people from the main tower. It was almost impossible to fool them. And through the endless sea, I could enter the central divine kingdom, but with my ability, it was impossible to cross the endless sea. But at that time, you found me and asked me to help you snatch the heavenly dipper flame. Coincidentally, I beat you at your own game and agreed to help you. But at that time, I didn't know that the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was involved with the mysterious madam." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Mu Qing came to a realization. She shook her head and said, "But I still don't believe that you have already given the divine crystals to Miss Longfeng. Because I know you too well. With your cautiousness, before you see Yanwei's fellows, you will never hand over the divine crystals." Qin Feiyang was stunned. How did this guy know him so well? "I was right. I know that it's impossible to force you to hand over the divine crystals. How about this? Let's make an exchange. Give me the divine crystal, and I will help you save Yanwei's clansmen," Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang looked at him, his eyes flickering. With the Mu family's ability, rescuing Yanwei's clansmen is indeed a very easy task. But if he did that, it would be tantamount to completely falling out with the mysterious lady. The most important thing is that Mu Qing's words cannot be trusted. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak, Mu Qing raised her eyebrows, gritted her teeth and said, "If this is not enough, I can add another bargaining chip, the fire qilin." "Fire qilin." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "One must know. The fire qilin is a real divine beast. Its future strength is immeasurable." But now, Mu Qing is actually willing to give the fire qilin to him for the divine crystals? Obviously, in Mu Qing's eyes, the value of the fire qilin is not even comparable to the divine crystals. Just how important was this divine crystal? Mu Qing said again, Even now, I can get someone to bring the fire Qilin to you. Qin Feiyong was tempted. The fire Qilin has always been a knot in his heart. If he can really use the divine crystals to exchange for the freedom of the fire Qilin and Yanwei's clansmen, then he can agree to Mu Qing. However, he really doesn't dare to trust Mu Qing easily. If she plays any tricks, he will lose everything. I can't take the risk. In the end, he still decided to find the mysterious madam in person. As for the fire Qilin, the Mu family will certainly not hurt it, and he will slowly find a way to rescue it later. But on the surface, he still had a hesitant look. Because he hasn't thought of a way to get away. Mu Qing said impatiently, "You will only gain and not lose in this deal. What is there to hesitate about?" Qin Feiyong said, "How do I know you are not lying to me?" "I swear," Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyong sneered, "Swear is a joke. Only an idiot will believe it." "Then what? Will you believe it?" Mu Qing frowned. "I don't know." Qin Feiyong shook his head. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. The second Mu clan's ancestor said coldly, "Qing, don't talk nonsense with him. Take him back first, and then I have a way to make him hand over the divine crystals." "Wait," Qin Feiyong hurriedly said. Although he had always wanted to know where the Mu clan's lair was, he knew that once he stepped into the Mu clan's lair, it was equivalent to entering a tiger's den. It was almost impossible for him to escape. "Have you thought it through?" Looking at the timid look on Qin Feiyong's face, Mu Qing sneered. "Well, I will give it to you. Let go of your claws and return the Qianquan bag to me. I will go to the castle to get the divine crystals." Qin Feiyong said helplessly. Mu Qing let go of Qin Feiyong and stuffed the Qianquan bag into Qin Feiyong's hand, saying, "I am worried about you going to the castle. We must go with you." Qin Feiyong said, "As long as you don't fool me, I will do anything." Mu Qing smiled. "Don't worry, I will give you the fire Qilin and help you rescue Yanwei's clansmen." Qin Feiyong sighed, "Then I will reluctantly believe you this time." Mu Qing's face darkened. "What do you mean reluctantly? Am I so untrustworthy?" Qin Feiyong glanced at the Mu clan's ancestor, frowning. "Why don't you put away your tortoise's prestige?" The Mu clan's ancestor was so angry that his beard was blowing. "Tortoise's prestige? Isn't this the same as calling him an old tortoise in disguise?" The second Mu clan's ancestor advised, "Big brother, bear with it, he is such a person." "Yes, I am such a person, but I am still better than you. 2,000-year-old tortoises, why don't you just die?" Qin Feiyong said lightly. The two immediately gritted their teeth, their veins bulging. This was simply a test of their patience. "Hurry up. If you don't put away your tortoise's prestige, how can I go to the castle?" Qin Feiyong's face was full of impatience. The Mu clan's ancestor held back his anger, stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyong's shoulder. Only then did he put away his coercion. He did this because he was afraid that Qin Feiyong would take the opportunity to slip into the castle alone. Because there is no coercion, they can't stop him at all. "You are really careful." Qin Feiyong was a little annoyed. He was indeed planning to quickly hide in the castle while the Mu clan's ancestor put away his coercion. In this way, although he will be trapped here, the Mu clan can't do anything to him. But now, caught by the Mu clan's ancestor, he can only obediently take the three to the castle. The Mu clan's ancestor said, "What are you doing? You don't want to play tricks, do you? Do you think I am like you?" "Shameless old man." Qin Feiyong coldly snorted. The Mu clan's ancestor began to blow his beard and stare again. "One moment old bastard, the next moment old man. Do you still put him in your eyes? It seems that we can only enter the castle first and then think of a way." Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed, and with a slight thought, the four immediately disappeared without a trace. Inside the castle, Fatso and the others could hear the words outside, so before Qin Feiyong took Mu Qing and the other two in, they were already prepared. After all, the Mu clan's ancestor and second ancestor are both old monsters of the 9-star War Emperor, so they had to be careful. So many people? At the same time. Looking at the vigilant faces of Fatso and the others, the Mu clan's ancestor and second ancestor were quite surprised. However, the Mu clan's ancestor firmly grasped Qin Feiyong's shoulder, not giving him any chance. "En? Aren't you Viper and Dan Wonkai of the Qinghai 10 heroes? Why are you here? Suddenly, Mu Qing looked at Viper and the other two and asked in surprise. But the two did not answer and were very vigilant. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, turned his head and glanced at the Mu clan's ancestor, frowned and said, "Old man, since we've already come in, can you let go of your dog's paw first?" Dog's paw? The Mu clan's ancestor suddenly burned with anger and roared, "Boy, if you dare to speak rudely again, be careful that I'll cripple you." "It doesn't matter, I don't lack spirit sea pills anyway." Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. Looking at Qin Feiyang's look of a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, the Mu clan's ancestor was about to flip out on the spot. The Mu clan's second ancestor hurriedly said, "Big brother, calm down. He's deliberately angering you so that you can let go of him." After that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "Boy, we know more about space divine objects than you, so the little calculation in your heart is useless." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and said calmly, "I'm such an honest person. What little calculation can I have?" "You're honest?" The Mu clan's second ancestor was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? In the space divine object, the owner of the object can ignore the other's cultivation and directly throw them out. That's what you're thinking. Deliberately angering the ancestor, and when he lets go of your shoulder, you'll immediately send us out. Mu Qing faintly glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, "You really know." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows without a trace. "Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time." Mu Qing waved her hand, looking very impatient. Qin Feiyang sighed and walked towards the altar, standing in front of the iron box. Mu Qing glanced at the iron box and asked, "Is the divine crystal in here?" Qin Feiyang nodded and cut his finger. A drop of purple gold dragon blood overflowed and dripped on the iron box. Crack! The iron box immediately glowed with a layer of hazy light, producing a harsh crisp sound. Mu Qing and the other two were dumbfounded. It actually needed Qin Feiyang's blood to open this iron box? Could it be some kind of treasure? Just as the three of them stared at the iron box and fantasized, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and opened the lid of the box. The divine crystal immediately came into view. It's really the divine crystal. Mu Qing and the other two's eyes immediately moved to the divine crystal, and the excitement on their faces could not be concealed. "Qing, hurry up!" The Mu clan's ancestor shouted, breathing rapidly. Mu Qing suddenly quivered and came back to her senses. She immediately grabbed the divine crystal. When Mu Qing took the divine crystal, the 3 words on the iron book immediately came into sight. 6 words divine formula. The 3 of them looked at the iron book in surprise and doubt. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 3's expressions and knew that the opportunity had come. Looking at the 6 words divine formula, he asked, "Do you know what this is?" "What?" Chapter 11:20. There are 6 types of divine arts here, and I have already mastered 3 of them. The first one is the return technique. It has the ability to give you a taste of your own medicine. You have all seen it before. The second one is the battle technique. The battle technique is stronger than the return technique. Not only can it allow me to have an immortal body, it can also dissolve half of my opponent's attack power. You have also seen it before. And the third one is called the kill technique. The kill technique is even more heaven-defying than the return and battle techniques, because it can increase one's cultivation by an entire realm by absorbing the blood of living creatures. Qin Feiyang said truthfully. Every time he said one, the shock in Mu Qing and the other two's hearts grew stronger. When they heard the kill technique, the 3's bodies and minds trembled, and their minds rumbled. Increased by an entire realm. What kind of joke was this? How was this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness and said, "Didn't you always want to know how Pei Qin and the others died in Qinghai?" The 3 nodded. The chief pagoda master and the others didn't know, but they were very clear that Qin Feiyang didn't have a big brother called Old Ancestor Mu. So when they heard that the one who killed Pei Qin and the others was Qin Feiyang's big brother, they didn't believe it at all. And the Mu family once again entered the chief pagoda with the identity of Qin Day to investigate this matter. Qin Feiyang said, I will tell you now. At that time, I activated the kill technique and increased my cultivation to a 3-star combat emperor. Boom. The three's eyes were filled with shock as if they were struck by lightning. So it was like this. Kill technique. Increased by an entire realm, how heaven-defying was this? Immediately, the three's faces were filled with greed. Qin Feiyang could even feel that the Mu family's ancestor's arm was trembling, and there was an obvious loosening. No! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Both of his hands were raised at the same time. His right hand slapped away the Mu family's ancestor's hand that was grabbing his shoulder, while his left hand snatched the divine crystal from Mu Qing's hand like lightning. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Mu Qing and the other two also came back to their senses. But it was too late. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Qin Feiyang grinned and threw the three of them out. Damn it. Qin Feiyang, how dare you trick me? I won't let you off. The angry roars of Mu Qing and the other two immediately came from outside. That was close. Fatso patted his chest, his face full of fear. Yeah, they almost got away with it. Qin Feiyang nodded and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. However, what followed next was a huge problem. Mu Qing knew that there was a loophole in the castle. She would definitely guard outside. Lu Hong pondered for a while and said, Now, we can only inform Miss Longfeng and ask her to come and save us. That's the only way, Qin Feiyang said. Although he had some conflicts with Miss Longfeng not long ago, the divine crystal was in his hands. This woman would not leave him in the lurch. Qin Feiyang once again put the divine crystal into the iron box, closed the lid, and took out the image crystal. Qin Feiyang, what you're doing is meaningless. You'd better be wise and give us the divine crystal. Otherwise, you'll never be able to get out of the castle. At this time, Mu Qing's voice came in. It was obvious that he had calmed down. This guy is really self-righteous. Fatso sneered. Lu Hong laughed, but it's undeniable that he has the capital to be self-righteous. Viper and Dan Wankai looked at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Dan Wankai said, Young master, can you reveal how many enemies you have like the Mu clan and the main tower? Wolf King raised his head and glanced at the two of them, teasing, What? Are you afraid? The two of them did not deny it. It was not that they were timid, but because Qin Feiyang's enemies were too terrifying. Any one of them was enough to make them die without a burial ground. But there was nothing they could do. They had already boarded the pirate ship, and it was impossible for them to continue. Therefore, they wanted to know how many more enemies he had, so that they could be mentally prepared. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at the two of them and laughed. To me, the Mu clan and the main tower do not have much enmity. My true enemy is on another continent, and their strength is not inferior to the main tower and the Mu clan. There really are more. Viper and Mu Qing looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness. It seemed that the days ahead would be even more difficult than now. Buzz. At this time, the shadow of the young lady of the Longfeng house finally appeared, but it was an old woman with white hair. Looking at the current appearance of the young lady of the Longfeng house, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Haha, in the next moment. Fatso and the others laughed out loud. Wolf King and the other beasts were even more exaggerated as they rolled on the ground laughing. Seeing this, the young lady of the Longfeng house's face was pitch black and the veins on her forehead were popping out. It was obvious that she was about to go crazy. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang's face was also red from holding it in. He coughed dryly and asked with a smile, Are you all right? Aren't you asking the obvious? The young lady of the Longfeng house said in a low voice as she looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes filled with resentment. Qin Feiyang said, Then where's your teacher? Through the image, one could see that the young lady of the Longfeng house was standing on top of a mountain. It was obvious that she had already escaped from the Divine City. But beside her, there was no black shadow. I don't know either. It was too chaotic at that time, so I left first. But I reckon that teacher must have encountered big trouble. The young lady of the Longfeng house said, her face full of worry. Qin Feiyang said, I've also encountered big trouble. The young lady of the Longfeng house was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, I was found by the Mu clan. You deserve it. The young lady of the Longfeng house sneered. It was obvious that she was still holding a grudge about what happened not long ago. Deserve it? Qin Feiyang frowned and said indifferently, don't be in a hurry to gloat. The Mu clan is looking for me to ask for divine crystals. What? The young lady of the Longfeng house's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, then did you give it to them? Not yet, but if I can't escape, then I can only compromise. In other words, if she didn't help, he would definitely give the divine crystals to the Mu clan. The young lady of the Longfeng house was also a smart person, so she naturally understood the meaning of the sentence. She didn't dare to argue so much and asked, where are you now? Black Cloud Valley. Qin Feiyang said. All right, be careful over there. I'll think of a way to save you immediately. After the young lady of the Longfeng house finished speaking, she hurriedly closed the image crystal. Yanwei smiled and said, fortunately, we didn't give her the divine crystals when we were at the Longfeng house. Otherwise, she would definitely ignore us now. Now, let's wait for the news. With the mysterious madam, even the Mu clan can't keep us. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Outside, as expected, Mu Qing and the Mu clan's great ancestor didn't leave. Time passed little by little. Early morning. The sun rose slowly, dispelling the chill of the night. The Mu clan's second ancestor looked at the rising sun in the sky and said to the two Mu clan's great ancestors, guarding like this is not a long-term solution. We must think of a way to lure him out. It's useless. Once this bastard is determined, nothing can make him come out. And now I'm very worried. Mu Qing secretly said. What are you worried about? The Mu clan's great ancestor looked at him suspiciously. I'm worried about the mysterious madam. With Qin Feiyang's character, he definitely won't sit still and wait for death. He will definitely find a way to escape. And in the Forgotten Continent, he can only rely on the mysterious madam. What's more, Qin Feiyang snatching the divine crystal was originally instructed by her. She won't sit back and watch. Mu Qing said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Mu clan's great ancestor and great ancestor's hearts sank. Mu Qing's words reminded them of the situation when they went to the Great Qin Empire to rescue Qin Feiyang. At that time, the mysterious madam brought a fake god with her. A fake god. Even the Mu clan didn't dare to take it lightly. And this woman's strength was also very strong. If she really came to rescue Qin Feiyang, then they really couldn't stop her. Mu Qing suddenly seemed to think of something, turned to look at the great ancestor and great ancestor, and said, how about we ask that old man to come out? No. The great ancestor and great ancestor were shocked and refused without hesitation. Why? Mu Qing frowned. The Mu clan's great ancestor said, if the old ancestor comes out, together with Yiglao, we will have two fake gods. We will definitely be able to easily take down the mysterious madam and Qin Feiyang. But now, the old ancestor is at a critical moment in his closed-door cultivation and can't be disturbed. I know, the old ancestor is only one step away from stepping into the real war god realm. But you also know the importance of the divine crystal. It must not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, the biggest reason why our Mu clan has never dared to fall out with the main tower is because of the divine crystal. And now, the opportunity is in front of us, how can we miss it? Mu Qing frowned. The great ancestor and great ancestor were silent. Two great ancestors. I understand. If we let the old ancestor come out now, it is very likely that his years of hard work will be wasted. But as long as we can get the divine crystal, we don't have to fear the main tower anymore. If you're willing, we can even rely on the divine crystal to rule this continent. Moreover, we can also kill our way back to the Great Qin Empire in advance and make them pay with blood. Mu Qing transmitted his voice, his eyes full of killing intent. Kill our way back to the Great Qin Empire. The Mu clan's great ancestor and great ancestor's eyes trembled, and they seemed to be quite excited. Okay. A moment later, the Mu clan's great ancestor nodded and said to himself, I'll go back and discuss this matter with Yiglao now. You guys be careful. Mu Qing was overjoyed and transmitted his voice. There will be changes if we delay. We must be fast. Okay. The Mu clan's great ancestor responded, turned around, opened the portal, and walked in quickly. Qin Feiyang, do you think the foundation of my Mu clan is only like this? You're too naive, you'll regret it soon. Mu Qing looked up at the sun in the sky and muttered to himself, his face full of ridicule. The Mu clan's second ancestor next to him also had a face full of disdain and coldness. At the same time, on the other side, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had already recovered her true appearance, but she was wearing a veil, looking exceptionally mysterious. And at this moment, she was holding an image crystal in her hand. The image crystal emitted a hazy light, and her eyes were constantly flickering. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal trembled violently, and a phantom image quickly emerged. It was a woman wearing a gorgeous long dress. Her long black hair was tied up high, looking graceful and luxurious. Time did not leave any traces on her face. Her aura was even more unfathomable. That's right. Chapter 11:21. Ruo Shuang. Looking at the young lady, the mysterious lady's face was full of doting. Greetings, mother. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house bowed. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would be dumbfounded. This young lady was actually the daughter of the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady nodded and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" The young lady nodded and said, "Qin Feiyang has succeeded." The mysterious lady's spirit was lifted. The young lady said with melancholy, "But now we are all in trouble." "What trouble?" The mysterious lady's face sank slightly. The young lady said, "Teacher's identity has been exposed, and his life and death are unknown. Qin Feiyang is also trapped in Black Cloud Valley by the Mu family." "What?" The mysterious lady's body trembled and said in surprise, "How did he expose his identity?" "Because of the Chief Tower Master. This person's shrewdness is too terrifying. All these years, he has been disguising himself as Pang Su and lurking around me to monitor me." The young lady said with hatred. "What about Pang Su himself?" The mysterious lady said. "He was killed by them long ago." The young lady said. The mysterious lady was shocked and hurriedly said, "Then all these years, have you?" "No. Although the staff of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are all my confidants, I have always been very cautious. I have never mentioned our matter to them, let alone your identity." The young lady said. The mysterious lady heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Qin Feiyang is trapped in Black Cloud Valley by the Mu family. So, the Mu family is also after the divine crystal?" "Yes." The young lady nodded. "They actually want to get their hands on the divine crystal." The mysterious lady's face was full of disgust, and then said, "Don't be impulsive. I will think of a way to save Qin Feiyang." The young lady said, "You have to be fast. After all, the Mu family has more than one fake god, Yigleo." The mysterious lady nodded, and then the shadow quickly dissipated. Black Cloud Valley. Swish. About half an hour passed. 3 figures silently descended in the sky above the valley. One of them was the Mu family's great ancestor. The other 2. The person on the left was wearing a pitch-black robe and a hat that covered his entire body. On his face, there was also a mask that covered his entire face. Only his eyes were exposed. His eyes were like those of an eagle, emitting a sharp light. That was right. He was Yigleo. The person on the right was wearing a snow-white robe. His body was stooped, and his hair was white. He also wore a mask on his face, hiding his true appearance. However, the aura he exuded was even stronger than Yigleo's. Greetings to the 2 ancestors. Mu Qing and the second ancestor of the Mu family hurriedly bowed. "Yes." Yigleo nodded and asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang now?" The white-robed old man stood to the side without saying a word, giving off a profound feeling. "It's right below here." Mu Qing pointed at the valley below. Yigleo looked down at the valley and said indifferently, "Qin Feiyang, come out." "Yes?" Inside the castle. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Even Yigleo is here. It seems that they are determined to get it." This is enough to show that the divine crystal is indeed not an ordinary thing. Fatso's eyes were shining. Not only did the main tower regard it as a treasure, but even the Mu family and the mysterious lady were so eager for it. What was the use of this divine crystal? What should we do? Lu Hong was slightly flustered. The arrival of a fake god was not a trivial matter. Don't worry. I believe that the mysterious lady will be here soon, Qin Feiyong said. Outside, seeing that Qin Feiyong did not appear for a long time, Yigleo's eyes gradually revealed a ray of cold light. The white-robed old man next to him suddenly said, "Old E, let's directly use our divine sense to forcibly break his castle." Okay. Yigleo nodded. Boom. Immediately, two invisible forces swept up from the top of their heads and rushed into the valley below. Divine sense was formed by a person's will. It was invisible and colorless, but it had the power to penetrate everything. Moreover, no matter how small the thing was, it could be clearly captured with divine sense. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a speck of dust could not escape. Although divine sense was heaven-defying, not everyone had it. Only those who had stepped into the fake god realm could condense divine sense. The two used their divine sense to constantly search the valley. Found it. Suddenly, Yigleo and the white-robed old man's eyes flashed a ray of light at the same time. Somewhere on the ground in the valley, they caught an unusual speck of dust. This speck of dust was formed by the castle. The two immediately controlled their divine sense and madly rushed towards the castle. Rumble. The castle immediately began to shake violently. What's going on? Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyong and the others turned pale with fright. This was the first time such a situation had happened. Viper said worriedly, "They won't have a way to enter the castle, right?" Heard of it. Everyone's heart suddenly sank. Don't panic. I don't think the castle can be broken so easily, Qin Feiyong said in a deep voice. The castle had been shaking, producing a deafening roar. And outside, although it was impossible to see the expressions of Yigleo and the white-robed old man, the eyes of the two became a little dignified. If one looked carefully, they would even find that there were some beads of sweat on their temples. A moment passed. The two suddenly withdrew their divine sense, their eyes full of surprise. What's wrong? The Mu clan's great ancestor asked. Yigleo said, "We can't break the castle." What? Mu Qing and the other two looked at each other. Two quasi-divinities working together were actually unable to break through this ancient castle. Just what level was this ancient castle? Yigleo sighed. It should be that our divine sense is not strong enough. After all, we are only fake gods. Then what should we do now? Mu Qing seemed to be at a loss. No hurry. He must be pinning his hopes on the mysterious madam now. As long as we can kill the mysterious madam, his hopes will naturally be dashed. When that time comes, he will naturally compromise with us. Yigleo pondered for a moment and said, "That makes sense." Mu Qing nodded. Yigleo turned to look at the white-robed old man and said, "Let's go down and hide first. When the mysterious madam appears, we will immediately kill her with lightning speed." The white-robed old man nodded. Whoosh! The two immediately swooped down and disappeared into the forest. With the two ancestors here, there will definitely be no mistakes, Mu Qing said with a smile. The two ancestors of the Mu family were also full of smiles. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, a man and a woman landed in the sky above Black Cloud Valley. The woman was the mysterious madam. The man was more than 9 meters tall, middle-aged, with shoulder-length hair. His facial features were regular, and he wore a snow-white robe that was spotless. His whole body exuded an extremely powerful aura. His eyes were especially special, as if they were condensed from ice, crystal clear and flashing with a ray of divine light. That's right. He was the fake god who went with the mysterious madam to the Great Qin Empire to rescue Qin Feiyong. They're here. Sensing the two people's aura, Mu Qing and the other two looked up at the mysterious madam and the middle-aged man in unison. We meet again. The mysterious madam glanced at the three people, and a piercing cold light flashed in her eyes. Mu Qing said, "Yes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." The mysterious madam raised her eyebrows and said, "Who are you to talk to me?" Out of nowhere, a powerful oppressive force rushed towards Mu Qing. Then do we have the right to talk to you? The two ancestors of the Mu family stepped in front of Mu Qing, blocking the pressure of the mysterious madam. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. The mysterious madam smiled coldly and looked around. She said in surprise, "Just the three of you? What? Do you still want to kill us? The Mu family will not be afraid of you." The second ancestor of the Mu family said, "I admit that the Mu family is very strong, but if it's just the three of you, then I can kill you now." The mysterious madam said coldly. As soon as her voice fell, the middle-aged man next to her immediately released his divine power and rushed toward Mu Qing and the other two. Mu Qing and the other two sneered. The mysterious madam raised her eyebrows. Facing the divine power of a fake god, they dared to be so fearless? Could it be, all of a sudden? A thought crawled up in her mind, and she quickly lowered her head and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." At the same time, accompanied by a cold shout, Yigleo and the middle-aged man rushed into the sky like lightning. Yigleo went straight to the mysterious madam. The white-robed old man also used thunderous methods to kill the middle-aged man. "There's an ambush." The mysterious madam's face darkened. Looking at the white-robed old man, she sneered, "I didn't expect even you to come out of seclusion." It seems that the Mu family cares a lot about divine crystals. The white-robed old man glanced at her, but did not speak. His eyes were as cold as a blade, and he slapped the middle-aged man. His palm was shining with divine light. That was not battle chi. It was divine power. To be exact, it was the power of a fake god. Battle chi and the power of a fake god were not on the same level at all. It was like an ant and an elephant. Just as the white-robed old man's power of a fake god emerged, in an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Screams were everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. So strong, Mu Qing's pupils contracted. In front of a fake god, a battle sage like them could kill them countless times with just a breath. Humph. At the same time, the middle-aged man snorted from his nose and did not retreat. He raised his arm and punched out. Seeing this, the two ancestors of the Mu family quickly took Mu Qing and retreated. Although they were only one step away from becoming a fake god, this step was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. It was not an exaggeration to say that. A fake god could kill a 9-star battle emperor in a snap of his fingers, so they did not dare to get too close. In an instant, a fist and a palm collided. A destructive divine power storm rose out of the ground, with the middle-aged man and the white-robed old man as the center, roaring in all directions. Wherever it went, the earth cracked crazily and the void distorted violently, as if it had reached the critical point of shattering. In just the blink of an eye, the land within a radius of dozens of miles was completely razed to the ground. The cracks were so deep that they could not see the bottom. Chapter 11:22. Although the mysterious lady was not a false god, she was not afraid of Yigleo at all. She stared at Yigleo with a cold luster in her eyes and a divine light surged in her palm. "You're not dodging?" Seeing this, Yigleo was rather surprised. He could see through the mysterious lady's cultivation at a glance. 9-star War Emperor. 9-star War Emperor was already considered to be at the top of the pyramid in the Forgotten Continent, but in front of a false god like him, it was nothing. She was actually prepared to fight him head-on. Could it be that she was hiding some tricks? But then, he shook his head. Even if this woman had some tricks up her sleeve, facing the absolute suppression of cultivation, she wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. "You're courting death." Yigleo's gaze turned cold, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and punched towards the mysterious lady's face. The power of the false god roared, emitting the power to destroy the world. This punch, it contained his peak power and was about to shatter the void. But the mysterious lady just chuckled, her seemingly delicate arm suddenly raised, and slapped Yigleo's fist. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the two of them were sent flying at the same time, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. How is this possible? Yigleo's expression changed drastically. A mere 9-star war emperor could actually hurt him? Boom. Just as he was in shock, the mysterious lady stabilized herself in the air, and her entire body erupted with a monstrous aura. This aura had already surpassed that of a 9-star war emperor. Yigleo was dumbfounded. The white-robed old man also immediately stopped and looked at the mysterious lady in disbelief. This woman was also a false god. The mysterious lady looked at the two of them and smiled. "I'm sorry, I just recovered my cultivation a while ago." "Recovered your cultivation?" The two of them were surprised. Shouldn't it be a breakthrough in cultivation? How could it be a recovery? Breaking through and recovering were two completely different things. Breaking through one's cultivation base was breaking through from one realm to a completely new realm. But recovering one's cultivation was recovering one's previous cultivation. In other words, this woman used to be a false god? Yigleo shouted, "Who the hell are you? If you were really a fake god in the past, then we should know you. But why don't we have any impression of you?" "Who am I?" "Hee haha, I'm someone you never want to see." The mysterious madam laughed hysterically, but her eyes were filled with hatred. "Stop pretending," Yigleo said sternly. The mysterious madam stopped laughing and looked at Yigleo and the young man. She smiled sinisterly and said, "Come on then. Let's see who will emerge victorious today." Boom. The four of them attacked at almost the same time. For the sake of the divine crystals, none of them were willing to back down. They slaughtered their way up into the sky, causing the weather to change. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. They stood on the broken ground and raised their heads to look at the four people. "That bitch is actually a false god." Wolf King's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with shock. They had underestimated the mysterious madam's strength time and time again. When they first met in White Fox City, they thought that the mysterious madam was only a war saint, but who would have thought that she would burst out with the cultivation of a war king? And now, she had become a false god. They were as confused as Yigleo and the young man. What was the origin of this woman? Who is he? When he saw the old man in white robe, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had never seen this person before. "Little bastard, you're finally willing to come out." Suddenly, a cold voice entered Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's ears. The man and the wolf retracted their gazes and turned their heads to see the Mu family's second ancestor rushing towards them. His eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Not good. Hearing the voice, the mysterious madam's expression changed. She lowered her head to look at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Go to the castle immediately. Wait for us to deal with them, then come out." Being entangled by Yigleo and the old man in white robe, neither she nor the middle-aged man could divert their attention to protect Qin Feiyang. And Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only a 4-star war saint. How could he be a match for the Mu family's second ancestor? So, when she saw Qin Feiyang coming out of the castle, she immediately became nervous. Of course, what made her nervous was definitely not Qin Feiyang's safety, but the divine crystal. "Qin Feiyang, the conditions I offered before still count. As long as you hand over the divine crystal, we will think of a way to take down that woman and save Yanwei's clansmen." Hearing the mysterious madam's words, Mu Qing also hurriedly said. He was also afraid that Qin Feiyang would hide in the castle again. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered uncertainly. "I didn't expect you to offer such conditions, but you want to take me down with just your Mu family? You're too naive." The mysterious madam sneered presumptuously. Mu Qing's face darkened. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you see that old man in white robe? He's the old ancestor of my Mu family, only one step away from stepping into the true war god realm. As long as he has some time, he will definitely take down that woman. Only one step away." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Even in the same realm, there were differences in strength. Under normal circumstances, those who just broke through were definitely not as strong as those who broke through earlier. That's right, this old man is only one step away from stepping into the war god realm. When the war god appears, all living things are ants, so young man, you must adapt to the situation. The old man in white robe finally opened his mouth. His voice was like a bell, shaking the sky. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. So what if I'm only one step away? I still won't lose to you. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully. He went all out, fighting with the old man in white robe until the sky turned dark. They were actually neck and neck. The more time passed, the more the old man in white robe was surprised. Finally, with a tone of disbelief, he asked, "Don't tell me you're also only one step away? What do you think?" The middle-aged man coldly snorted. "Impossible. A strong person like you would definitely not be unknown. Could it be that you're not from the Forgotten Continent?" The old man in white robe was shocked. "Born and raised here. But your Mu family, back then the main tower took you in and gave you a place in the Forgotten Continent. But what about you? It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're actually scheming against the main tower. I really don't understand. How can there be such shameless people like you in this world?" The middle-aged man sneered. "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. This is a truth that has never changed. And my Mu family, with the blood of a king flowing in our veins, we are born with pride. How can we tolerate you lowly ants, wantonly standing on our heads and behaving atrociously?" The old man in white robe roared, both of his hands stretched out, and the power of a fake god flooded the sky. Rumble. The void cracked open. A black spatial storm roared out from the crack, sweeping across the land. This. The void actually shattered. Looking at the scene, Qin Feiyong and Wolf King's eyes almost popped out. Shattering the void was a very vague legend. In the past, they also never believed that there was anyone in this world who could shatter the void. But at this moment, all of this happened in front of their eyes. Too shocking. Too terrifying. To be able to shatter the void was the strength of a fake god so terrifying. Now, it's not up to you whether you want to hand over the divinity crystal or not. At the same time, the Mu family's second ancestor rushed over, the emperor's aura like a waterfall, shrouding Qin Feiyong and Wolf King. Oh no! The mysterious lady's face changed. "Mu family, are you bullying us because we don't have enough people?" But at this time, a violent roar sounded, and another old man in black clothes wearing a black mask descended in the sky above Black Cloud Valley. Boom! The old man in black's aura soared into the sky, and as soon as he appeared, he swooped down in front of the Mu family's second ancestor like lightning and slammed down with his palm. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the Mu family's second ancestor's blood splattered across the sky, leaving no bones behind. A dignified 9-star combat emperor was killed in seconds just like that. Second brother. Second ancestor. In the distance, the Mu family's great ancestor and Mu Qing suddenly cried out in grief. Above the sky, Yigleo and the white-robed old man also changed color and hurriedly looked at the old man in black, their eyes full of horror. It was actually another fake god. "Humph. Come to my forgotten continent, not obediently stay, all day long doing evil. Let me tell you, I've tolerated you for a long time." The old man in black glanced at Yigleo and Mu Qing, his eyes full of coldness. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Whoosh! Immediately, a bright fake god's power cut through the sky and charged towards Mu Qing and the Mu family's great ancestor. Damn it! Yigleo's face changed and hurriedly pushed back the mysterious lady with a palm. He swooped down like lightning and landed in front of Mu Qing and the great ancestor, then raised his hand and waved. A fake god's power burst out and collided with the divine power of the old man in black. The moment the divine power met, the two took a few steps back at the same time, their faces faintly pale. Yigleo looked at the old man in black, then looked at the mysterious lady and the middle-aged man, and shouted unwillingly, "Let's go." After saying that, he waved his big sleeve, rolled up Mu Qing and the great ancestor, turned around and left without looking back. "We won't let this matter go. And you, Qin Feiyong." The white-robed old man pushed the middle-aged man away with a palm, looked gloomily at Qin Feiyong below, and also turned around and disappeared like lightning. Phew. Seeing them leave, the middle-aged man and the mysterious lady also let out a long breath. The Mu family has suffered a big loss this time, Wolf King said with a sneaky smile. Not only did they not get the divine crystal, but they also lost the second ancestor of the Mu family. It could be said that they suffered a double loss. They deserve it, Qin Feiyong whispered, without the slightest sympathy. Oh no! But at this time, the old man in black suddenly exclaimed, looked up at the mysterious lady and the middle-aged man, and said, Madam, the fluctuations of the battle here have been sensed by the people of the main tower. I guess they have found us. Quickly leave. After saying that, he opened a portal. What? The two's eyes trembled, and they quickly flew down. The mysterious lady looked at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, quickly erase the aura here. The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand. An invisible force suddenly surged out in all directions. Wherever it went, the fluctuations of the battle immediately calmed down, and the residual aura disappeared without a trace. Let's go. The mysterious lady waved her hand, rolled up Qin Feiyong and Wolf King, and turned around and entered the portal. Chapter 11:23. Not long after the portal dissipated, 4 figures cut through the sky and landed in the sky above Black Cloud Valley. It was the Chief Tower Master, Wang Su, and the 2 old men from the Land of Inheritance. The battle fluctuations we sensed before should have come from here. Looking at the shattered ground, Wang Su's face sank. One of the old men said, It's a pity that the aura here has been deliberately erased. We don't know who is fighting, but judging from the degree of destruction, the person who fought is not weaker than this old man. Wang Su and the Chief Tower Master were shocked. The old man clenched his hand and said, Investigate immediately. Start with the Mu family. Because in the Forgotten Continent, except for our Chief Tower and the mysterious force behind Qin Feiyong, only the Mu family has false gods. Yes, the Chief Tower Master nodded. Then the old man opened the portal and was ready to leave. Everyone, wait. But at this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Huh? The Chief Tower Master and the other 3 were shocked. There were people hiding nearby and they didn't notice? Whoosh! Before the voice fell, 4 figures came from the distance like lightning and landed in front of the Chief Tower Master. It was Mu Qing and the other 3. In fact, they didn't really leave before. They just pretended to leave. It's really you. Seeing Yiglao and Mu Qing covered in blood, the Chief Tower Master's eyes sank slightly. Yes, just now, we were fighting with Qin Feiyong and the others. The Mu family's great ancestor said. Why did you fight? The Chief Tower Master asked. God crystals. The Mu family's great ancestor said. The Chief Tower Master and the other 3's faces suddenly sank. The Mu family's great ancestor said in a deep voice, I know now. You must think that we have snatched the god crystals from Qin Feiyong, but I can tell you responsibly that we failed. What? You sent 2 false gods and you still failed. The 4 were surprised. The Mu family's great ancestor said, We have 2 false gods, but Qin Feiyong has 3. Impossible. The Chief Tower Master shook his head. False gods are not cabbages, how can there be 3 of them? This is the truth. That mysterious woman, I believe you all know her. She is also a false god. Mu Jia's great ancestor said. Chief Pagoda Master's eyes trembled as he asked, Then who are the other 2 fake gods? A middle-aged man in white and a masked old man in black. I've never seen them before. My second brother died at the hands of that black-clothed masked old man. The Mu family's great ancestor said, his old eyes were filled with hatred. The black-clothed masked old man should be him. Then, he looked at the Mu family's ancestor and sneered, Serves you right. Serves you right? The Mu clan's ancestor was furious. You don't think that the Mu clan is also after the divine crystals, do you? Isn't that so? The Chief Tower Master said. No. We came to intercept Qin Feiyong in order to help your main pagoda. After all, it was your main tower that took in my Mu family, allowing my Mu family to have a place in the Forgotten Continent. The great ancestor of the Mu family said without blushing or skipping a beat. Is that so? The Chief Tower Master's eyes narrowed slightly. Nonsense. Although my Mu family is not a kind family, we still know how to repay kindness. The Mu family's ancestor said angrily. The Chief Tower Master said, if that's the case, then why didn't you tell us where Qin Feiyong is in the first place? Why did you come to snatch the divine crystals yourself? Because we wanted to give you a surprise, but who knew that Qin Feiyong was hiding so many fake gods behind him? Damn it. The Mu family's ancestor clenched his hands, his old eyes flashed with a cold light. The Chief Tower Master frowned and said, Old Wang, two ancestors, do you think what the Mu family's ancestor said is true? It's hard to judge. But now, we don't have time to think about these problems. Getting back the divine crystals is more important. And didn't the Mu family say that they want to help us? Then let them help us to the end, and let them come with us to find Qin Feiyong. Wang Su and the other two secretly said. The Chief Tower Master said, this is not appropriate. What if the Mu family doesn't mean what they say and snatch the divine crystals when we're not paying attention? So, we have to pay attention to them at all times. Moreover, Qin Feiyong has 3 fake gods around him. If we don't join forces with the Mu family, we won't be able to get it back. Wang Su said. Okay. The Chief Tower Master secretly responded. Looking at Mu Qing and the other 3, he nodded and said, Okay, I believe in you. Now, I want to ask for your help. No problem. They killed my second brother. This blood feud must be paid with their lives. The Mu family's ancestor said. The Chief Tower Master looked at him deeply and asked, Then do you know where they are now? Qing, the Mu family's ancestor shouted. Mu Qing nodded, and a strange light immediately appeared in her eyes. Above a mountain range, Qin Feiyong and the others appeared out of thin air. Where is this? Qin Feiyong and Wolf King glanced down in surprise. Because just in this area, they could sense the aura of dozens of emperor beasts. Fire Phoenix Mountain Range, the black-clothed old man said. So it's here, Qin Feiyong suddenly realized. At that time, Li Yan and Fatso helped Yan Wei open the door of potential in this place. The mysterious lady looked at the black-clothed old man and sighed. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble this time. If it was just Yiglao and the white-robed old man, she and the middle-aged man could still deal with them. However, if the people of the Chief Tower were to join forces, they would definitely be in trouble. As long as you're fine. The black-clothed old man smiled. How did you escape? How did you find us? The mysterious lady asked. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. The black-clothed old man smiled confidently and then said, As for your whereabouts, Rushwing told me. The mysterious lady said, Then where is Rushwing now? She's safe now. Don't worry. When we get the divine crystals, we'll rush over to meet her. But now my identity has been exposed. I can no longer grasp the whereabouts of the people of the Chief Tower. The black-clothed old man sighed. It doesn't matter, as long as we get the divine crystals. The mysterious lady smiled and turned to Qin Feiyong, saying, Can you give me the divine crystals now? Where are Yanwei's clansmen? Qin Feiyong took a few steps back and looked at the mysterious lady warily. The mysterious lady said, Don't be so nervous. I won't hurt you. Yanwei's clansmen are also very safe. Qin Feiyong sneered, I won't believe your nonsense. When I see Yanwei's clansmen, I'll give you the divine crystals. You brat. The mysterious lady shook her head helplessly. Seeing that the mysterious lady had no intention of hurting him and Wolf King, Qin Feiyong was secretly relieved. He looked at the black-clothed old man and asked, Who are you? We've met before. The black-clothed old man smiled. Met before? Qin Feiyong was stunned. The black-clothed old man took off his mask, revealing an old face. There was a scar above his left eye. It's you. Qin Feiyong was greatly surprised. He would never forget this familiar face in front of him for the rest of his life. Because this was the old man who secretly helped him in the land of inheritance. Very surprised, right? The old man smiled. Qin Feiyong nodded. He never would have thought that this old man was also on the mysterious lady's side. No wonder he secretly helped him back then. At this time, the mysterious lady looked at the old man and said, Send a message to Rushwang and ask her to come and meet us. Then we'll take Qin Feiyong to see Yanwei's clansmen. The old man nodded and took out the image crystal. Boom. However, at this time, several terrifying auras descended above them. The few of them were startled and hurriedly looked up. How is this possible? The black-clothed old man, the mysterious lady, and the middle-aged man suddenly changed their expressions. Because the people who suddenly appeared were Mu Qing's group of 4, as well as the Chief Pagoda Master's group of 4. Qin Feiyong sent a sound transmission. I forgot to tell you, Mu Qing has activated a battle soul called Heavenly Eye. She can find our location anytime, anywhere. What? The three of them were dumbfounded. Now that we have 4 false gods, let's see how you can escape this time. The Mu clan's great ancestor sneered. Boom. 4 divine auras erupted. Yiglao and the other 3 false gods descended from the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyong's group. Qin Feiyong will hold them back. Hurry up and leave. Send a message to Rushwang and tell her to leave as well. The black-clothed old man roared. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and charged towards Yiglao's group of 4 with surging divine auras. Rushwang? Qin Feiyong was stunned and asked, Who is Rushwang? The black-clothed old man shouted without turning his head, It's the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that you guys are talking about. Hurry up and leave. So it's her. Qin Feiyong muttered and immediately opened the teleportation gate. You want to leave? No way. Yiglao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned in the air and charged towards Qin Feiyong. Your opponent is us. The mysterious lady's face was gloomy as she led the black-clothed old man and the middle-aged man in front of Yiglao. Humph. Do you think we don't exist? The white-robed old man snorted coldly as his figure flashed and quickly blocked in front of the middle-aged man. The 2 false gods of the Chief Pagoda also blocked the mysterious lady and the black-clothed old man. It's not the same as before. Just now, you guys outnumbered us, so we had no choice but to retreat. And now we have 4 false gods and you only have 3 false gods. How are you going to fight us? Yiglao laughed disdainfully, bypassed the mysterious lady and the other 2, and continued to charge towards Qin Feiyong and Wolf King, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyong's face darkened. Now, the mysterious lady and the other 2 were busy and could only rely on himself. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wolf King to the ancient castle and then entered the teleportation gate. Naive. Yiglao's face was full of ridicule as he raised his old hand and waved it in the air. An invisible divine power roared out like lightning and shattered the teleportation gate on the spot. Qin Feiyong, who had just entered the teleportation gate, staggered and fell out again. And under that divine power, his whole body was dripping with blood. What should I do? At the critical moment of life and death, Qin Feiyong not only did not panic, but was also unprecedentedly calm. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, you're tuning into the Mythic Realms YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.